All the nonsense got to cease. Let me release.
Easy. And it's those guys again. Put your hands to the sky. Dangerous. Put your hands to the sky. Put your hands to the sky. I be the K-I-N-G.
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
My soul laced up the body. First of all, bring out the sun. First of all, bring out the sun. First of all, my soul laced up the body. First of all, bring out the sun. Bring out the sun.
No excuse, I will destroy. In my time, no, not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything. No excuse, I will destroy. In my time, no, not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything. No excuse, I will destroy. In my time, no, not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything. You ready for any of the many bizarre facts? A bit of the rhythm and you're feeling the contact. I've done what I've had to do to improve, and you can tell me what you think about that, where you all at. I got a whole new thing to bring the funk. Put another with me in the rain, they leave it chunk. Nothing better than when next go down and up. Haven't I made this crystal clear enough? Hustle hard and wide on the move in a room full of heads and the many point of views, and I'm sure to be another one that people don't approve of. I remind you every time I rhyme, you suck. Highly contagious, underrated. Make way for the mind of rhymes creative. When every line's like burning rubber on the pavement, what can I say? I'm nothing to play with. This is what I wrote for your dome to explode. Fitted ball cap and a dope rap song. In the zone with a chrome microphone, is a lab rat with his backpack always on. No excuse, I will destroy. And my time, no, not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything. No excuse, I will destroy. And my time, no, not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything. Add a little bit of me, mix it with the drums, the economy of MCs, take another plunge. My name will invade your brain, a great thought, I'll raise stakes, eyes made in New York. Open your mouth, then I hold it there, like windmills spinning vivid in the open air. It just goes to show what you know for real. My flow's not even anywhere close to here. Amazed by the changes I've had to make to fascinate people like the half awake. If that's the case, still I got a lot to say, and my critical thoughts get tossed away as I blaze who lost faith in us to maintain enough to grow strength from things that unchanged. I'm making music or a brand new life, is my hand on your throat with a Rambo knife. You can take it to him when you wonder what it's like, how to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. No one can tell me what I'm doing is nice, and I'm feeling more than ever with a clear insight. A brand new school of rock has been made, rush the stages, frame the X-ray. A brand new school of rock has been made, rush the stages, frame the X-ray. No excuse, I will destroy. And my time, no, I'm not enjoy. Evidence that I've been legit of what's kept in dark cracks and crevices within. And I mean this truly yours. What is it that I become? Dwindling to nothing again, and then filling up the ink pen with everything.
Imagine, if you will, a monster. Not one with horns or sharp teeth, but one with the ability to compel the affection of those around him. Imagine, if you will, a monster. Turned into the smiling, vacant thing you're looking at now. Imagine a monster. To do as he pleases, a monster. Imagine, to do as he pleases, a monster.
There we go. There we go. We fixed it. Sorry, everybody. That's part of overcoming madness. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. Welcome, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentle mimics. Let's just start it over again. Welcome to the next episode of Jack is a Mimic Live. In this episode, we are also going to be doing the first ever Mimic Commentary Live with Colin. If you haven't watched the Mimic Commentary, if you're not familiar with the rules, we can only use what is in our character's inventory to do our theorizing. However, this one's going to be a little special because we're going to be trying to overcome madness. So we're going to be doing the Flame of Frenzy quest. It's necessary for me to do this quest because I need specific footage for a video I'm working on. And I'd also like to try out doing kind of a call-in and get everyone's voice in on the matter. So if you'd like to participate in the call-in, join the Discord, go into the Table of Lost Grace channel, and at certain moments, I'll pull someone into our live stream call. First, let's get our hellos out of the way. Hello, Kingfisher Soars. I think your name is different I think that's Cullen. We got Pilot. Hello, Pharos. Hello, Nar. Hello, Dustin. Ergo Wheels, I think you have a different name than what I see on the chat. Hope everyone's doing good. You know, part of overcoming madness is it's a beautiful day outside. It is so beautiful outside. And yet, we're gonna stream for as long as I can go. News and announcements, Mimic Commentary. Okay, what's up, Eric? Mimic Commentary is still on hiatus. The Mimic Commentary is going to be on hiatus until the next main page long form video. I need time to recuperate. So to make up for that, we're going to be doing Mimic Commentary Live. And you know what? Let's just jump right into it. And let us make sure. Hopefully everything works here.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung-Eater, and Sir Gideon Othmere, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
All right. So, who is our character? Part of the Mimic commentary was that, you know, to role play as someone within the lands between, their identity is shaped by who they start off the game as. You know, when we picked the Prophet class in the Mimic commentary because we wanted to be able to compensate for having knowledge of future events. You know, when you do the theorizing and you've already played the game, it's easy to kind of just get like, you know, little prophetic reading. You know what's going to happen next. For this character, however, I think it's good to start with their name. Okay, so this is Jack as a mimic. Party Squid.
At Party Stew 1D became a mimic. At Party Stew 1D celebrates 12 months of membership. Woo! What a beautiful day to finally catch a live stream.
Excellent.
So excited.
Oh my goodness. You got, and for 12 months, you got the Radigan icon. All right, so this character is Jack is a mimic. So that's their name. If they're waking up in the lands between, the first thing that they get is the Memory of Grace. The Memory of First Grace, which once guided bygone tarnish to the lands between. It is merely a cycle, stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord. So each character that starts in the lands between has a memory of grace. What is part of that memory? Whose memory is it? When we look at the shape of the memory of grace, you know, it kind of looks like reflection of light on the water. It looks like kind of like a grace icon of sort. Do we have actually any? So this, oh yeah, it kind of looks like a grace mimic, a mimic of grace. Also kind of like, you know, thinking back in our memory, kind of looks like a humanity sprite as well. Now this character has a lot of memories. They have a lot of memories. They can remember, looks like they can remember their journey through the lands between multiple times, including 2 memories of the Elden Beast. But unfortunately for them, it seems that their memory stops somewhere in the Land of Shadow. So they know, this character knows, that memories are hewn into the Erd Tree, and they know that memories are hewn into the Shadow Tree, but they only have 2 memories there. So their memory of Shadow is incomplete, but they still have an idea of what's going on. They also have a Lord's Rune. So rune of one who is destined to become a Lord, but when the Elden Ring shattered, all that remained was a distant duty. So I'm thinking from this character's perspective, they're thinking if they have this rune, it's telling them, especially since it kind of looks like an eye, that they are destined to become a Lord. And since they know that it's a cycle, they must also know that it has happened before, especially with all the things in their inventory. Starlight Shards, Blessings America, they have a pretty in-tune knowledge of what's going on here. A Radiant Baldekin's Blessing. But I think one of the most confusing things for them is that they're wearing a silver tear mask. Mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless silver tear, supported by its hardened shed husk. Greatly increases arcane to the detriment of physical attack power. And arcane increases our item discovery. So now we have a character who is looking to discover things. And the line for the silver tear mask, to imitate the imitator, is a cunning play indeed. So they know that their name is Jack is a mimic, and they have to imitate the imitator. So if Jack is a mimic, they are the imitator. So this character has to imitate the imitator. But who is the imitator imitating? Who is the imitator imitating? That is a quandary, to be sure. The other thing they have is the prophet's blindfold. So they know about prophecy and future, thanks to their memories, though. Thanks to the memories of the previous cycle. It's kind of cluing this character in that perhaps prophecy, perhaps visions of the future, are just memories of a previous cycle. So there are certain things that can't be changed, but we know that they're going to happen. So this is where it gets a little fuzzy, it gets a little foggy. So perhaps the mask is telling them they have to imitate a prophet. If they were to change the prophet's blindfold, they have to imitate a prophet. Kind of see it right there. But they also have another one. They have another item. The Commoner's Headband, a headband with the cloth removed, standard wear for commoners of the lands between. Only there are no commoners remaining with their wits about them. The interesting thing about this band is we see the spiral imagery. So as one of the 3 pieces of headwear in their inventory, they would want to be able to know who they are, see who they are, understand the world around them. They would want to remove the prophet's blindfold and probably put on this headband. Unfortunately for them, they can't take the blindfold off. They have to stay a little blind. They have to stay a little blind. And why would they have to stay a little blind? Well, we see the armor that they're wearing. The armor of solitude. Steel chest armor of the Knights of the Solitary Jail. Part of the heavy armor set that covers the whole body and overlapping plates of steel and bedecked with a black cloak. The nameless mausoleums of the realm of shadow are said to hold the spirits of warriors who lost their names or their hearts. So wearing this armor, this person knows, this character knows that perhaps Jack is a mimic is not their name. They're imitating the imitator. This warrior lost their name or lost their heart. How could you lose your heart? How could you lose your heart? Well, if we look if we look at our memories, how could you lose your heart? We know the bewitching branch. He's loved by many people, compels such affection. And we have the memory of Renala. Now, thinking back in Renala, we know that when her husband Radigan left her, her heart went with her. Or went with him. So we know that Radigan has the ability to have people lose their hearts. Radigan has that ability. We also know, just thinking of Radigan, thinking back to our memories, Radigan also, we know about how he felt about his hair, his red hair, because of the memory of a fire giant. Now there's just too much going ahead. There's just too much there. There's really just too much, and it's kind of telling that in his, what is it, his left hand, he has the frenzied flame seal, formless sacred seal bestowed by the maiden of the three fingers. This seal is the mark of the Lord of frenzied flame. Scales incantations using strength, dexterity, intelligence, and faith all together. So this guy has the mark of the Lord of frenzy. So he knows at one point he was doing some frenzy stuff. He was doing some maddening things. But in his right hand, in his opposite hand, he's got the Golden Order seal. A formless sacred seal depicting the ceremonial observations of order. Fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name. Scales intelligence using both faith and scales incantations using both faith and intelligence. So if I'm this guy and I'm seeing both of these things, I'm thinking, okay, well, I've done this before. I've done this whole thing before. Why did I wake up with these two things? There's like some sort of balance going on here. Even in the arrows, too. There's really... What's up, you fool? What's up, Lindsay? What's up, I can't read that name. F.R. Devalzes? Yo, how's the Mimic doing? We don't know yet. He just woke up. The Mimic just woke up. He's trying to get his bearings. But looking at all these things, looking at everything... It's instead of just wondering what happened in the past, I think he's got to try and figure out what he's supposed to do. All of these spells, too, none of these have backgrounds. This is all for the Snowy Witch, Briars of Sin and Punishment, and these are the spells that are currently in his memory. Causality, then the Blessing of the Erd Tree, then Golden Vow, so he has to remember a vow with the Erd Tree. Flame grant me strength, but then that goes into the Howl of Shabriri, and then regression. So regression is going backwards. So if we want to find the causality, Blessing of the Erd Tree, Golden Vow, Flame grant me strength, Howl of Shabriri, Law of Regression, we got to start with Law of Regression, and we got to do Howl of Shabriri. We have to figure out what's going on with madness. I hope this is making... I hope this makes a little sense. Though the path be broken, uncertain, claim your place as Elden Lord. Can we still fast roll? Okay, so what I need, what I really want, is to be in the headspace of a character who woke up in the Lands Between and has all of these memories of a previous cycle and trying to figure out, okay, what am I trying to do? So this guy knows he's done this before. So why is he doing it again? Why is he doing it again? What is the goal? What is the end point? Especially with, I guess, a sword like this. He's also got a lot. I mean, a big hint is 3 grafted blade greatswords. This is saying going to Castle Morn. These two. Oh my goodness, this one is steeped in resentment, resentment charged, maltreated, misbegottens, serpent hunting, the immortal great spirit, long blade of light. Okay, so a lot of resentment. He doesn't feel the resentment though, but something's telling him to feel resentment. Something's telling him to feel resentment. This one, the great sword of solitude, has the solitary moon slash, lost its heart and his name. One depicting the light of birth, and the other solitude. So there's some solitude in this too. He's alone, but not lonely. He's just doing it on his own. Why is there a mark over there? Oh, these can persist through New Game Plus? And we got the whole map, too. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Okay, we need to move quick because there's no point to dilly-dally. There's really no point to worry about the, what do you call it? What these memories are, because we'll get to them when we get to them. Oh, goodness gracious. You know, when I first started doing theorizing, this is my third video. The big reveal is, you know, the character picks up the butterflies. This game design is just so crazy. This is just like so crazy to me. So they show you the butterflies first over the graves. And if now we have a new item. If we're thinking about our nascent butterflies, our arcane butterflies with translucent wings. So when we think arcane, mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless silver tear greatly increases arcane to the detriment of physical attack. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play deed. So this increases, I think, arcane the most. We get 8 arcane from the silver tear mask. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed. And our first crafting item that we can get, if you're good enough at the game, like if you can beat the grafted scion, you get this nascent butterfly. So it appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life, but it's an arcane butterfly, and arcane is getting tied to our silver tear mask. So, and it's see-through as well. It has translucent wings. So it's what could also, it's very ethereal, it's very ghost-like. The big word that's jumping out to me here is appears. So this butterfly appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon so its entire life. So it hasn't emerged from its cocoon the entire life. It just appears that way. And does it appear that way because it's imitating the imitator? Where do we have our helmets? Because it's imitating the imitator. Like, immediately, just seeing that butterfly, you gotta think, well, is that a legit butterfly, or is it a copy of other butterflies? And the game design here is just so perfect. So they give you the butterflies to show you that you can pick them up. Like, let's say this is the first time you've ever actually gone here. Like, you need to know that butterflies are an item that you can pick up. Then they give them to you again. But we know that you're going to fall here. Actually, I want to show you something interesting. So the tarot cards first really got introduced in Bloodborne with the Hunter's Mark rune being a, what do you call it? The Hangman rune. So this one is really interesting. So we're going to walk forward following the butterflies, and we're going to fall to our death. And that is just like the Fool's Journey. Can you see it? Yeah, the Fool. The first card in the Major Arcana, 0 for the Fool, the start of the Fool's Journey, shows the Fool with a dog. And this one, it's under the moonlight, but walking over the edge. The Fool doesn't know the journey that they're about to go on. So immediately within Elden Ring's symbolism, immediately within the first steps of the game, it is showing us that our Fool is going on a journey. Appears could mean either old or unformed. Hi, Magnus. Happy you enjoyed the Mimic commentary.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all. One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
All right. You know what's interesting about this too is we think with these butterflies and this leading to the death, why does Torrent choose our Tarnished specifically? And our Tarnished has all of these memories. All of these, like, has all the memories of the Elden Beast, everything. They remember their journey through the lands between. Could their remembering be what gives Torrent the insight that he should choose this Tarnished? Which our Tarnished already has in their inventory a delicate goldwork ring that can use to be summoned to summon the Spectral Steed. They have this ring already on their finger. What's up, Calyx? What's up, Mirror Shroom? So they already know Torrent. They already know who Torrent is. So does Torrent already know who our Tarnished is? Does Torrent already know who our Tarnished is? Now, Melina, we remember Melina. Melina doesn't know us yet. We know that she doesn't know us yet because she hasn't met us. Like here, immediately, you come right out the gate, you can summon Torrent. So this relationship is already established. This relationship is already established. This guy too, we have people we can meet and talk to. But something's a little off. You know, when you first play the game, when you first come to here, you're gonna talk to this guy. Obviously. But look, he doesn't interact, he doesn't react. He doesn't react. So why interact with him? What is he going to tell me that I don't already know? Especially this guy as well. Why? Why do these things again? Why do these things again? Well, our Tarnished woke up in the lands between. He woke up with these memories. He woke up with these different items. And something based on these 3 grafted blade greatswords, it's saying go down to Castle Morn. That Castle Morn is so important. Oh, we even have Shadow Tree fragments. Uh-oh. Gonna fall to our death. Doesn't matter. We go back. Castle Morn is so important that we have to return there. Castle Morn is so important that we have to go back there. Oh, goodness. We have to do the elevator again. You know, I really want to showcase. Have you ever watched Preston Jacobs? Yeah, Preston Jacobs theorizing is what influenced a lot of my early Elden Ring theories. Particularly his time traveling Bran series, and particularly his the genetics of wolves and dragons series. That one's very influential for me. Okay, let's do that again. Yeah, don't lure and drive. I would love to be able to chat with someone like Preston or whatever, because I don't think many of the Song of Ice and Fire people know just how important Elden Ring is for knowing George R. Martin's work, because he really kind of lays it all out here. I think you need to be able... do people that interact with you know they're also in a cycle? Probably. I mean, I don't think so. They don't see... If I talk to Vare, I know exactly what he's going to say. I remember what he said. I can predict what he's going to say and what he's going to do. I can predict where all of these people are going to be. I know for a fact that walking down this road, Bach is going to talk to me from a bush. I know that. But he doesn't. Or does he? If he does know, why is he doing the same thing over and over again? I'll lower the music? Sure thing. Let's go to... cut it in half. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the interesting concepts about Elden Ring as a game and a story is New Game Plus. Like, it doesn't feel like it happens for no reason. You know, let me give you an example. So, let me get somewhere safe. If we were to play, like, Demon Souls, if we were gonna take out the disc and pop out Demon Souls, well, we would play this Demon Souls. If you were to play Demon Souls, when you beat the final boss and you watch the credits, you don't get the last soul until the credits are finished, and then the game immediately starts again and you're back in the Nexus. Like, you're back in the prisoner. You're, like, back in the prison. Then when you do the other ending, same thing. You have to watch through the credits before you get the different soul, and then you're back in the prison again. Same thing with Dark Souls. Like, in Dark Souls, you beat the game, and then you wake up in a prison cell again. And you beat the game again, you're still in that prison. So, what is it about the lands between that keeps us trapped? What is it? And we gotta kill the mimic, because we need that larval tier. What is it about the lands between that, like, keeps people trapped in it? Like, what is it that causes who knows to just, like, be stuck here? Then that's kind of like what I want. That's like what I want to know. That's really what the overcoming madness thing is. Like, why do we keep coming back to the lands between? What are we trying to learn and do, and why can't we leave? I feel like this guy's gonna kill me. No, he's not. Now, I wanted to get that larval tier because I know we have one larval tier in our inventory already. Where is that at? Now, the reason why I wanted to do this one is just to look this over. This is the one that we have. An exceptionally rare creature that burgeons from spirit graves and lives only a fleeting existence. Neither flesh nor spirit, but something in between. Now, this is the core of a creature of mimicry known as the Silver Tier. So if this is the core of a creature of mimicry known as the Silver Tier, this would tell me that this larval tier is imitating this larval tier. And this larval tier kind of reminds me of a little bit of the nascent butterfly. Sounds to me like, why do I keep returning to the same L-shaped hall in PT? Why can't I leave? Yeah, except that this is bigger than that hallway. Like, the lands between in Elden Ring is so huge. Like, is it to return to this place because... Oh, we want those butterflies. Is it to return to this place because of, like, its size? Is it because we haven't explored it enough? Is there something that we haven't seen yet? If I was to look at my map, this guy has been everywhere before. He's been everywhere before. So why does he come back to the Weeping Peninsula? Why does he come back to the Weeping Peninsula? What is it here at the Weeping Peninsula, especially going to Castle Morn, that we need to go back to? Now, for me, when I think about the Weeping Peninsula, oh, goodness. I mean, obviously, we just looking at the Weeping Peninsula, the shape of it. This one, it looks like, to me, I mean, it doesn't really look like this one. This one has a more, like, look at the shape difference between these two types of larval tears. This one looks more like a kidney type of bean. This one has a more defined head. It still has, like, those silvery contours, but, like, its head is a little more, like, shaped. And I see the shape of the Weeping Peninsula in the larval tear, except it, like, might be a little flipped. So if I was to, like, it might be hard to see. So if I was to flip it like that, this looks more like a larval tear now. It also kind of looks like, now the lands between is flipped. Now the lands between is flipped, but now the lands between kind of looks like how the Weeping Peninsula used to look. So look at this. Okay, this kind of shaped like a larval tear when we flip it. This is the lands between. If we flip the lands between back to normal, we'll be able, I think, to see. Where's my transform? You can see how it fits that shape, right? See how that fits that shape? Oh yeah, I saw the new cut content. We'll talk about that in the future. There's too much there. I've seen your kind time and time again. Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. Yeah, that's like a real great reward of wording. You know, one of the... Seeing the Weeping Peninsula as a copy, as a flipped mirror for the larval tears, to imitate the imitator, a creature of mimicry. It just screams to me that the Weeping Peninsula is imitating the lands between. I don't know if you've all seen that video, but just as a recap, we have the Impaler's Catacombs right here. Think about the Impaler's Catacombs. That's a memory that our character doesn't have yet, but if we were to mirror it on top of the lands between, it would go with Volcano Manor. And I know at Volcano Manor there is a lot of torture going on, maybe people getting impaled. I know there's winged serpent statues. Yeah, it is like a mirror. If you were to take this and put it right next to it. Here we have the Tower of Return, which teleports us to Landell. Tower of Return kind of fits. It's like at the bottom of the head. If this is the head, that's kind of like the Forge of the Giants, which takes us to Farum Azula. So the Tower of Return, this is kind of like our Tower of Return taking us to Farum Azula. If we go to the bottom of Castle Morn, kind of like, we don't really have a Limgrave. The Limgrave and Caelid, they're kind of cut off. Like, this is Limgrave, so it's like the grave of limbs. It doesn't really fit into the, like this microcosm here. It doesn't really fit into this microcosm. It's kind of like if we sliced off at Castle Morn right here. And we kind of see that. So something about Caelid and Limgrave is kind of being hidden from this example of the mirror flip. Even other ones too. This, Witchbane Ruins, that kind of fits for our Stargazer's Ruins. Do we have the Halig Tree in this one? We have the Church of Pilgrimage. The Church of Pilgrimage kind of sits where the Apostate Derelict sits. And past the Apostate Derelict is the Halig Tree. And actually, past the Church of Pilgrimage is right here we can get a Bewitching Branch, which is Halig Tree stuff. So even with just some of these memories, just with our memories of the lands between, we could see how the cycle is repeating itself. Not only is our character stuck in a cycle where they keep waking up at the Chapel of Anticipation, but they're also, the world itself seems to be stuck in some sort of cycle. And no more plainly is that seen with Our Lady here.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn, to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over.
Ooh,
My good
okay.
father secreted me out the castle.
Okay.
Decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander.
Okay. I think I see what's going on. Okay, she heard frightful howling. She heard frightful howling. That's when she was secreted out of the castle. Well, what do we have here? Howl of Shabriri. A maddening shriek from the three fingers. So there's something maddening here. There's something chaotic. Something that doesn't make sense. Even this is kind of like, this is so orderly. You know what I'm saying? Like, the lands between is very orderly. Like someone said in the chat, Lindsay said this is fractal patterns. Like, there is order within the landmass. There is order within the locations. There's order within the things happening. But, like, to me, that's like, that order is a little... Oh, is my thing... I think my stream crashed. Okay, how about now? Oh, thank goodness. All right, I knew this was going to be a frustrating stream. I knew it was going to get my goat. I just knew it. How do I get the frickin' chat back? Oh my god. This is why I mimic commentary live, because I knew this stream would break everything.
I fear for
I knew it would
Father's
break
life.
everything, and that's why I'm going to pull
The
one of you in to
servants
talk to
are
me.
full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've
Hmm.
since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father at the castle? My sole wish is that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
All right, we will. I just need to get chat back. There we go. My chat. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to deliver the letter. We know it's madness. I already know what you're going to tell me, Arena. Once we get to Castle Morn, though, then we're going to do our first call-in, and I think our first in line is not Godwin. Because I'll need to summon some spirits to help me keep my mind on track. You know, part of the overcoming madness, part of taking on the flame of frenzy is, like there's so much underneath the surface. No sound. No sound of what? Test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Sound good now. No sound, though. It's getting sound. Okay. Why are you lying to me? Why are you lying to me? Why are you lying to me? I'm looking at your words and I'm is Morn mimicking Stormvale? It looks like it's fitting there. It fits into that location. Yeah, we're not even, I can't even talk about the madness yet until we get some maddening items, but we know that to overcome madness, we have to go in this direction. We have to overcome the Weeping Peninsula and Morn. I wish I could even just, like, talk about the Dark Souls connection, but I'm gonna let you all guide me. I just gotta make sure we get into that castle. So you give me one moment. You give me all one moment. This stream is gonna be a little long, and you'll get your chance. How are we in health? Not good. We don't want to die. Thank you all for joining me, though, because I don't want to play this game by myself. Do you think that when the Elden Ring itself was shattered, so was the land? That one, I think so. I think it is this. I think we can come to that conclusion, but it's hard to say, really. But I think it's this map fragment. Mount Gelmir, which houses the Volcano Manor at its summit, is characterized by sheer cliffs and ominous skies. These qualities only became more pronounced after the shattering. So after the war, they became more pronounced. Maybe it's a double entendre. I'm actually thinking maybe that it always looked that way. Okay, so we have... Oh, you know what? I didn't even notice. This character... I don't want to remove it, but can I... Oh, I can't read the item description for Miquella's Needle. But they used it. They used Miquella's Needle to... They accepted the Frenzy Flame, and then they subdued it. Why would they do that? Alright. Let's, 1, 2, 3. Alright. Now my puppet doesn't have a voice. My puppet Dolores, so I'm gonna bring in a puppet.
It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me.
You probably heard that background. Alright. Not Godwin, you're coming in. Hello? Let's make sure people can hear you.
Hey, hi.
Okay, let me lower you so you don't blow out people's ears. You are gonna be you're gonna be Dolores. Okay? Alright.
It's my lucky day.
Dolores, what's on your mind?
Puppetries and spirit ashes are very weird, aren't they?
Why are they weird?
Like, where does this technology come from? The obelisks and stuff seem to have like Nox architecture. That makes
Which obelisk? Oh, the birthing monuments? Let's see if we can find a birthing monument.
Yeah,
Let's kill a dog.
Like, the little...
Can you shoot the dogs for me? Thank you. Not that dog. Why'd you shoot that dog? Thank you. Let's see. Is there a birthing monument around here?
It's always fun to find
Here
those.
it is. Okay. So the this thing right here. Yeah.
Yeah. Inside the game, there's little knocks.
Well, you didn't help me out. You were supposed to tank the Misbegotten, and you didn't do it for me.
Most days I'm quicker than that.
Okay. So what is your question, or what is your theory? What do you want to share? And do you want to promote yourself? So this is not Godwin, everyone. If people don't know, not Godwin. This is not Godwin. So this is not the Godwin you're thinking of. This is not Godwin. But this is not the not Godwin you're not thinking of. They make YouTube videos with phenomenal drawings.
Thanks. I'm an aspiring PNG YouTuber for sure.
We love that.
Thanks.
We'll bring you back in. Okay. So what is the question, the comment? What path do we want to follow? Where do we want to take our minds to? Bring you back in.
So the spirit ashes thing, it seems to be an art of replication, and I was wondering if this originated with the fingerprint people and the finger sorcerers back in the day, because of those fingerprint monument things that also duplicate the remnants. They're spiritual photocopy machine.
So because we can duplicate memories with those coffins found in the finger ruins, is using a spirit ash some type of duplication of memories? Is that what you're saying?
I think so, because it feels like the Knots went against the fingers. They have like a specific weapon to kill fingers, and yet they have this ability to duplicate stuff. Even in Noclateo, they have that ability to duplicate a weapon as well.
So if we think about what Rena says when she first gives us the spirit calling bell, she says that by summoning like the ashes, they will recall memories of battle past and fight for us. So the spirit is being summoned from the ash. In this particular instance, though, let me make sure I don't die, because I don't have my HUD turned on. So what would be duplicated here? Oh, we don't want to lose Dolores. What would be duplicated here? Is it the spirit that's being duplicated? Is it the memory that's being duplicated? If I was to summon, if I was to... Did I lose you? Did I lose? Can I not unsummon her? Am I not in a spot where she can be summoned anymore? Because when you unsummon a spirit ash, it says send back to the beyond.
Oh, well, I forgot about that.
But I don't know if it says that with a puppet. I think I lost the puppet. I gotta go back to HUD turned on because I don't know where anything is. Yeah, I did lose the puppet. Okay, we're gonna jump off and restart that so we can really think about this puppet stuff and delay on sending madness. For me, the technology is the spirit clinging to their unresolved business. Would that also, that's what not No Matter said. No matter. That's what No Matter said. Could it be, and if we think about our character, for example, like our character is stuck in this cycle, you know, we're brought back to the lands between. Are we recalling memories of battles past? Like when we fight the same bosses again, and we know how to beat them because we know what they're going to do, that could be similar case to like summoning a spirit, right?
It would. It definitely helps out with the whole circle of time.
So let's say, yeah, so send summon spirit back to the beyond. And this is a puppet. So the spirit is enslaved. This spirit is enslaved, and we can send it back to the beyond. Like, where is our Tarnish before they arrive in the Landspeed? I mean, we have a physical body, though. We have a physical body.
Yeah, wherever that was.
Trying to think.
Oh.
If we're gonna work through, where do we want to start on this path? We're thinking about the technology aspect, or do we want to think about who created the technology, or who's utilizing the technology? Because we can duplicate remembrances within, you know, as you said, in the Land of Shadow with the Finger Ruins, but we can duplicate remembrances with the Eternal City architecture. We can duplicate memories with the Lost Ashes of War. We can duplicate memories. These empty Ashes of War have no memories of battle, so we could put memories in there. And not to mention, our character has duplicate memories as well from going through the cycle a few times.
Yeah, I think about the empty Ashes of War a lot. Because it's such a deeper metaphor. Like, it's metaphor couched in metaphor without...
Did you've played through you played through Dark Souls. You told me that's why you like Godwin, because of the lightning and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of, you know, the memory of a lightning bolt? Like, when you think about the lightning bolt and you think of Godwin and then you think of Quinn, how does that memory impact how you feel about those characters?
Well, it's even the similar naming convention of the GWYN of like Gwyn and Godwin and all that. It feels very old British and Celtic, more like Welsh culture and stuff like that. But I think that the spell that we even get in the DLC even mimics Gwyn's army throwing the spears in unison, and they're very trying to bring up this image back to us and echo the past for sure, I feel.
Do you think that is like a true, like, whose memory is that then? Whose memory are they trying to echo then with that? Are they trying to echo the player's memory? Are they trying to echo Gwyn's memory? Are they trying to echo, like, whose memory would that be that they're echoing?
I think it's a shared memory between us and Miyazaki himself. Kind of like we're creating our own inside jokes between him and the audience.
So who would he be in the case of the story then?
The fog.
He's the fog?
Either the fog or the slugs, something very ever-present.
The slug. Well, actually, speaking of the slugs, I mean, we have a memory of a slug-like thing, the Elden Remembrance. Like, the Elden Beast. You have the Elden Ring, and then you have the Elden Beast, and now you have an Elden Remembrance. So not only do you have an Elden Ring, an Elden Ring, you have Elden memories, like an Elden memory. So is he giving us an Elden memory by doing that?
Yeah, it feels like he's always giving us homework for sure.
It's homework.
There's a face I've not seen before.
You know, it's like it's so interesting when we think, for me, when we think about like our memories with these games, and how that influences how we interact with them and how we think about them.
Especially our choices with NPCs, like fans of the Souls games will be very jaded and expect the hurt coming, you know.
Who hurts you the most? Which character here hurts you the most?
I think maybe Raya, because I just wanted the best for her.
But doesn't she get? She gets in the end. She has a good. It ends well for her.
Even if the castle should fall,
I think.
Well, she gives you this letter. She says, "Thank you for being my uncompromising champion. I'm gonna go out into the world and you know, make a name for myself and do my own experiences." Isn't that a happy ending?
Yeah, but then I found her dead later, I think.
That's only if you... That was... I don't think... If you give her... You either have to kill her, or... The options are you kill her, you ignore her, you give her the tonic of forgetfulness, or you don't kill her and then she goes off into the world. Like, I don't think you can find her dead.
Oh, okay, good. I must have remembered that.
Yeah, so how, what's going on with your memory? Why'd you remember her being hurt?
Maybe it was the tonic of forgetfulness and how like distraught she was.
Yeah, so
about when she found out how she was burned. Like,
if you give her the tonic of forgetfulness, then she will go back into Volcano Manor and she'll be all by herself. And she's like, "Where is everybody?"
Yeah, that is also a weird madness loop in of itself. You know, like returning back to the beginning.
Yeah. She forgets, so she goes back to somewhere familiar, but she doesn't know what to do with it. But
Yeah,
we remember, though. So why are we back here?
I love this. I love this circular time phenomenon. That
Like you,
it
why
does
are
feel
you?
exactly like
Why you stepped into the Crucible? Why are you here? And you could tap out of the Crucible anytime you want.
No, it's cool. I just wanted to.
Oh crap! I made the jellyfish mad.
I just wanted to explain some of the ideas I had about the dead possessing the living and stuff like that. As well.
Oh,
like,
go! Let's hear it.
The concept of abomination and how the dancing lion seems to be possessed by something. How it's calling spirits into vessels. How similar that is to what Madigan as well.
Does that feel similar to this Leonine Misbegotten?
It does in a way. The way I used to think that the Crucible was like a weird consequence of too many spirit exchanges. Like if you warp into so many things that your soul gets become more beast-like and picks up all of these animal traits like catamount.
So do you think that a character like the Leonine Misbegotten, that their soul has picked up the traits of, it's got the traits of a lion, it's got red hair, so we think of maybe fire giants, or we think of the red bears. It has a kind of like a scaly like tail, so maybe like a lizard or a dragon in some way. Then it has wings like a bird. This guy, he's kind of got like dinosaur feet too. You know, he has the parts of a lot of different types of animals. So
yes,
how do you figure that out?
It's I also wondered if the Crucible was like this really vulgar idea of competing sperm. To be honest.
Okay.
And that's why it was shameful that it's like this sort of Maury Povich and the father is sort of type of deal.
Okay, so if the Crucible is sperm, what's the egg?
That's I think it's the interactions between sperm and egg are the Crucible itself. It's like it takes two to tango.
So it's arguing, it's trying to live. But if it's just sperm, it means it hasn't experienced anything yet.
Oh, definitely, and that it's not even like it has stakes in the game, but it's merely an agent and weaponized. You know, it's weaponized biology, and that's Infa I think is doing a thing on like how children. And
I'm not worried about Infa. I'm worried about you. I want to know what you think.
Sure.
I want to know what you think.
Sure, no problem.
So the
Crucible's very
weird. What do you make of, you were talking about the dancing lion before, and you like Godwyn because of his ties to like Gwyn and Lightning. And so we have this lion, we have this like we have the dancing lion, we have this red Leonine Misbegotten. But do we have like any other lions that do lightning?
No, but we get the.
Are you sure?
Frost. We get the frost lions. I mean, other lions that do lightning.
Yeah.
It might be.
Think back to Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, in the DLC.
Yeah, so like
what's the chimera?
Yeah, so and that is like that kind of animal is a little crucible-like too, wouldn't you say?
I agree. It's like Gwyn himself found the ability to make demons, and that would make sense because there's like demons in Orlando that help you out.
And they also have lightning.
Yeah, they got the Undertaker fishbone spear.
And the Titanite demons also do lightning.
Yes, I forgot about that.
So we have lightning in Dark Souls is tied to Gwyn, it's tied to sunlight, it's tied to a chimeric lion, it's tied to batwing demons who they shoot lightning from chiseled demon bones. But we don't know what demons they got those bones from. That chimeric guardian is kind of called. It says it's related to demons. Then we get the divine beast dancing lion, which is a lion, a divine lion, that is made up of multiple parts. It's made up of two people, kind of like a chimera in some sort of way that can also do lightning. So do you think that the divine beast dancing lion might have some of its roots, at least historically, in Ulasil's guardian? What is it called? The guardian beast? Is that what it's called? What is it called? It has the guardian soul.
Yes, sanctuary guardian.
Yeah, the sanctuary guardian. I mean, Bellarat is kind of like the divine beast dancing lions. They're kind of like sanctuary guardians. They guard a sanctuary.
It's true. Even the sanctuary guardian even has like ram horns. Like
yeah.
So it's a horned lion. For sure. I agree.
It is a horned lion.
That's part scorpion.
Yeah, well, and
like
the scorpion is kind of divine too. It's divine in Bellarat. You know, it's got the outer gods. The scorpions are in Bellarat.
I agree.
That's very interesting. That repetition popped up too.
Yes, I think it's because sometimes scorpions are very hallucinogenic.
Yes, they can be.
Poison.
Poison.
Especially if they're smaller and yellow and like almost on the verge of death. And I felt like a lot of stuff in the Shadowlands is the pain management. Like the willow is made for aspirin and stuff like that. And
we'll get to pain management soon.
Yeah, I think most of the stuff in the Shadowlands is absorbed by pain. It's like it's all rooted in pain and also how to treat pain.
Where do you get the how to treat pain? I mean, the only thing I have in the Shadowlands right now, really, for any is we got Rata fruit and we got deep purple lilies to lull the imbiber in a velvety sleep.
Well, there's the willow leaves around Bellarat, and willows that's how you make aspirin. Is you crush up
I didn't know that.
Willows and stuff like that. Yeah. It was how they invented it. But also, the dew gems being like a cactus that's very similar to the stuff you make tequila out of. Nameless Singer did an amazing video on like the pain management properties of the Shadowlands and how it was like she even created all of these cool alcoholic beverages and recipes that you could try at home.
I think I saw the. I don't know if I watched it, but I did see the thumbnail.
Yeah,
she's phenomenal.
She's great. Yeah, I always love learning about science, like vicariously through Elden Ring.
So what? I want to know the science behind these lions, though. I want to know the science behind the guardian lion. Can I put you on the case? Can I put you on the case to figuring out the divine beast dancing lion and the guardian lion, the sanctuary guardian from Ulasil? Because like when I think of Ulasil as well, Ulasil is known for its light sorceries, and when you beat Mikola, who has his own his own divine dancing line. Radon has a curved swords, and curved swords are used in a dancing fashion. He's a horned lion. He's got Moog's horns. He's got horns on his helmet. He is the red lion. and Mikola imbues his swords with light, and Ulasil's all about light. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. If you can help me figure that one out, really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's... So if it's all about light, then we can also talk about Velka, who's all about invisibility, and that, like, we usually associate Velka with darkness and with the mixture of faith and intelligence and the whopping, you got chocolate in my peanut butter, you got peanut butter in my chocolate sort of deal. But Velka is also very much about light, if it's all about invisibility and
Where are you getting invisibility for Velka?
how all of the spells, well, actually the anti-magic stuff in Dark Souls 1 is more invisibility, but being hidden away, like in the painting, also the crows. I thought later in the series, all the stuff that was invisible was tied to Velka. I probably might be wrong on that.
Well, I mean, we have our invisibility spells, chameleon. Those are all tied to Ulasilian magic. So if you wanted to tie it to Velka, we would have to tie it first, Velka to Ulasil.
Yeah, and I think that might be easier to do because of like the whole ambiguity of the furtive pygmy.
Oh, he's so easily forgotten. He's so easily forgotten.
So easily.
No one really has a remembrance of the furtive pygmy, and I think that might be the issue of why he's forgotten.
I agree. Like he's like those monsters from Doctor Who, like that you just never retain memories of seeing him, and like you can just walk into the next room and be like, "Oh, who are you?" It just happens all over again.
No Matter said Velka is the Veiled One. That would be taking up, not being able to see things. And I think, do I have... Speaking of veils, I do have the Mimic's Veil. Golden Veil of Intricate Design, also known as Marika's Mischief. The Mimic's Veil is the chameleon spell from Dark Souls, and that is from Ulasil. So, I mean, could be. If Velka is the Veiled One.
I might be confusing it with later entries like in Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3 that associate with invisibility.
Well, it's still the... what is it in Dark Souls 3? Well, I know when we think about... We do actually have a few Dark Souls 3 spells. These Freezing Mist and Frozen Armament. These both originated... first they show in Dark Souls 3. They come from the Painted World, and they were left behind by, what's his name, Sullivan, in the Painted World. That, I don't know if we have anything hidden there. Anything hidden in the snow. Oh, in Dark Souls 2, in Eliam Lois, the snow obfuscates view. You can't, like, when you go through the tundra to find those two... there's also the invisible tigers in the snow. You have the invisible tigers. So we can tie snow to invisibility in some way. It obscures our vision.
Yeah,
oh, and what's her name? You know what? The perfectly tying invisibility for Velka. This is it. It's Priscilla. She turns completely invisible. Perfectly invisible. And she also does freezing mist attacks. And she has a scythe.
Yes. And how, like, Velka may have created the painting exactly for her and stuff like that.
Kristen, where is my puppy, and do you want to bring me lunch? I do want to bring you lunch, but I don't think I can today. I'm sorry, my love. All right, not Godwin. This was a fun little call-in session. I'm gonna kick you out of the Crucible. We're gonna pull in someone in the Nars next in line. If anyone else would like to join into the call-in, just jump into the Table of Lost Grace, and I'll pull you in the. You'll be right behind Nar. Not Godwin, do you want to say anything to the people of the past and the future and the present before you go.
Oh, thanks again for having me on. And yeah, check me out on YouTube. I'm Not Godwin. I love to do art and talk about lore on videos.
Yeah, and his art is very funny and cool. I recommend it.
Thanks.
All right, see you, Bo. Bye.
See ya.
Bye. Okay, now it's just me for now before I bring Nara in, because we picked up our first set of madness, this yellow ember. Let me raise my volume a bit. And maybe I should check on all of you. How's it going? Where's the Discord invite? It's in the description. Discord invite is in the description of this video. If you need invite to the Discord, description of this video. And then just jump into the Table of Lost Grace. And I'll pull you in when we're ready. Pull you in when we're ready. Okay, so an ember taken from the eye socket of a corpse, a sign that the deceased has suffered from the flame of frenzy. This grape has ripened and bursts. Now we have a few eyes already, but the thing that really jumps out is that the frenzy flame seal that marks the Lord of Frenzy Flame, like this sigil, is found within the eye. So an ember taken from an eye socket. But it's and they call it a grape, but it's an eye. Inside of this eye was the frenzied flame. So this person is seeing the world through maddening eyes. They're seeing the world through maddening eyes. And oh, here we go. This is what we wanted too. Oh, there's a rat in there. Eye of Yellow, a shrub fruit bursting with ripened pulp. Grown in lands afflicted by frenzy, it is used for its pain-relieving properties. We talked about pain relief with Not Godwin just before. Grown in lands afflicted by frenzy, it's used for its pain-relieving properties, though it's also known as a dangerous intoxicant. So this actually makes me ask a question. If it grows in lands afflicted by frenzy, and it's used for pain-relieving properties, but it's a dangerous intoxicant. So what comes first in my mind? Like, is it the frenzy comes, and is it because is someone afflicted with frenzy, and they come with eyes of yellow? I mean, like, it is an eye of yellow, and if you have the frenzy in your head, if you have it in your eyes, then you also have eyes of yellow. You also have eyes of yellow. So is it someone with yellow eyes? Our other type of eyes that we have, this is a red eye. This is like a gold eye. These are Merica and Radigan's eye seals. Is it someone who is possibly afflicted with the frenzy flame already? They come to a place and they bring eyes of yellow. It's an intoxicant, so you can get intoxicated from this. But you're taking a drug for its pain-relieving properties. Now, to craft that, fortunately enough, we have all of our crafting books. We have all of our reading material. Clarifying boluses, that's what we use our eyes of yellow for. Alleviate madness buildup. So, someone is going mad. They are seeing the world through chaos and frenzy. And they need to take... Their eyes are yellow. And they're seeing the world with yellow all over the place. Then you need to take this intoxicant, this drug, to be relieved by the pain. But if it's an intoxicant, like you could see, the yellow is like these eyes of yellow, like it's coming out of it. So it's kind of leading me to like, if I don't have frenzy in the first place and I have an eye of yellow, will my eyes turn yellow? You know what I'm saying? Like, which comes first? Which comes first? Is there anything actually within this place? And here we have these yellow banners, like this yellow sign here. Yeah, there it is. Does he look like a regular commoner? Does he look regular? And he's covering himself in yellow. Why is he dressing in yellow, too? Oh, his eyes are yellow. You can see how yellow his eyes are. Even the rats are getting madness. Even the rats are seeing... Yeah, you got a yellow ember from there. Even the rats are seeing the world through madness. I need to pick up the spell. I think the spell is in here. Right? Was the spell here? Yeah, there it is. That's what we wanted. In order to make sense of the madness, we gotta run through it. Okay, so these guys, like... This, from my memory, I know that's a retreat fate. So these people who are maddened... Oh my god, they're doing the, like, the Fenty bend. You can actually hear them. You can hear them murmuring. Wait. Yeah, they're really, like... palming. Like, look at this guy. His eyes are burning. So whatever he's, like, he can't even open them. To open his eyes causes the yellow flame of frenzy to burst forth from the caster's eyes. So the flame of frenzy is burning within their eyes. So in order to alleviate this pain, like you could see, like they're pushing their palms into their eyes. They're putting pressure on their eyes. And maybe that is what's causing a sign that the deceased suffered from the flames of frenzy. This grape has ripened and burst. Could it burst because of the pressure that they're putting on their eyes? Like they're putting all that pressure on their eyes until it pops? And there's one more thing we have to pick up. A tall, medium... Oh, no. These guys are mad. Get out of here, buddy. A tall, medium-sized wooden shield, light for its size and easy to handle, the yellow flame is the symbol of the affliction, serving as a warning to those who might approach the village. So, do these villagers, are they aware of their sickness, and do they not want to infect others? Do they not want to infect others? Or is it just like something that they do? Like once they become afflicted, that they start putting up these like yellow signs. That they start putting up these yellow signs. What's up, money's worth? It's a great one. It's an okay one. This is an okay stream. This is an okay stream. This stream is for thinking through. This stream is for getting footage. There's very specific things that I need. This very specific things that I need. All right, we're gonna talk to Arena, and then I'm gonna pull Nar in because we gotta make a journey. Nar is gonna be with us on our journey as we picked up our medallions. If they are aware of the disease, that would explain the clothing. Yo Ferris says. Because it is, the thing about it, though, which I find so fascinating, is that the madness can spread. That, like, you could spread the madness. So, it is said that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all of history. So, it is a sickness that can spread. And you can continue... Oh, uh-oh. How do you spread the flame of frenzy? How do you spread this sickness? Well, Arena heard howling. She heard howling. And now we have this cleaver. Which cleaver is it? It is an iron cleaver. We're not going to do any iron theorizing this one. Fairly large iron cleaver commonly used by the maltreated misbegotten. Steeped in resentment, these weapons are swung wildly and relentlessly. So this weapon, steeped in resentment. Now, I don't see any misbegotten here. I see a misbegotten weapon, and I see dead Arena, but I don't see a misbegotten. And Irina heard howling, frightful howling. That's when she was secreted from the castle. It is said that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in history. Now, we've done this before. I know what's going to happen, Edgar. He's going to become mad. This is how we spread the sickness of madness. We have this father who loses their daughter. A parent loses their child, and they feel like it's their fault, and that turns him mad. Solari says it seems to break Edgar. And why? Why would we want to break Edgar? Why would we want to break Edgar?
Rena.
Why would we want to do that to
this
him?
be? My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me.
Yep, he thinks it's his fault.
I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered. I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Irina, it will be done.
Ooh, that's actually a big one too. I gotta remember that. That's a huge one. Sorry, I gotta write that down. That was a good one. So he said exterminate. Exterminate. That's a big one we need. The part of this redoing the quest is I'm looking for keywords as well. He says exterminate. I think the only other character to say exterminate is D. I think it's D. I gotta check his dialogue though. D Elden Ring. I just gotta make actually, you know what? I think we can let's go get that dialogue right now. Alright, Nar, I'm gonna pull you in and you're gonna be with us until we're gonna go get our medallions and we're gonna talk to D. Alright, Nar, you're coming in. Hello, Nar, welcome to the Crucible. Hey! Nar, are you there? Nar, I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds. If you're not there, I'll put you back online. Note how the top of the cleaver is the shape of Marika's rune. Wait, what? The top of the cleaver is the shape of Oh, mirror shroom. That's good. Okay, hey. Oh, it also kind of looks like a tower. Kind of looks like a tower.
Whoa.
What's up, Nar? What's going on? How are you doing?
Yes, my name's Gnar.
Gunnar?
I don't know.
You don't know how you're doing?
I don't know how I'm doing.
All right. Well, what do you want to talk about?
I don't remember how I even got here.
I pulled you into the Crucible. You had no choice. Iron Cleaver, Marika's Rune. That's perfect. Thank you, Miri Shroom.
The only thing I remember Iron Cleaver is a man with a horn.
A man with a horn?
Yeah. I think they call themselves Hornsent. Somewhere like that. They used to have these cleaver too.
Oh my god, yes, perfect. You're right. Yeah, that's the Iron Cleaver. Also, the Iron Cleaver, shaped like Marika's Rune. Also, we go into the Bonnie Village. Oh, that is really good. So even in just that scene right there, we can talk about like the madness of Bonnie's Village. And like the madness that occurred with the shamans as well. That's really good. Yeah, because it is a cleaver. Thank you, Nar. I gotta put that. You said that.
It does confirm that the Iron Cleaver was used for many years. And a representative for Irina. But who is Irina exactly? Marika? Or I don't know.
I mean, it has we're gonna see Irina try to follow the light of the fingers, and we know from does Ymir use the term madness? Does he say madness? Because yeah, Irina is our perfect parallel for Marika, and we're seeing. Thanks for that cleaver. mentioning the cleaver because that is America perfectly.
You're welcome.
That's awesome. All right, Nar, do you have any like theories or anything that you want to share or anything that you want to chat about?
There might be something, but I don't remember.
All right.
Because
if you don't remember, I'm gonna bump you for somebody else. So remember, think deep. Oh, sorry if my dog's barking. You hear all that?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, there's something we want to pick up here. Nar, if you don't know what you want to say, I'll put you back in line and I'll pull you back later, all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good idea.
Thanks for stopping by. You gave me something good with that iron cleaver. So I don't know who is next. I think it's...
Yeah.
I think Nakado's next. All right. Thank you, Nar. I'm going to put you back in the table.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Bye, buddy.
See you soon. See you later.
Solari says, roots mired in madness. Yes, okay. So roots mired in madness. Perfect. Roots mired in madness. All right. I think you're next in line. Hello. Welcome to the Crucible. What's your name and number? Where are you calling from? Where are we going? This way. Yeah, part of... Before you start talking, because I know you're going to talk to them. The idea of madness is just... It is prevalent throughout all of the lore. Like, all of the inciting incidents within Elden Ring seem to be tied to madness in some way. Like, there is no sanity within the story. Like, the characters are doing things that aren't sane. Like, they're literally not sane. But it doesn't mean that we can't make sense of it. And that's kind of like what I am trying to... what I want us to try and do, which I think is very possible, is to make sense of this madness. How do we understand something or someone that is, like, mad or insane? I'm getting hit.
You know, hi.
Introduce yourself.
I haven't heard
to the people in the world.
My name is... I'm no actor, and I'm from Poland. Hard to tell what to say about me. And here...
well, you've been playing the game with the Polish translation recently, right?
Yeah, I started playing it in Polish translations. It's very weird for me because I always played in English.
What's like the coolest differences that you found so far?
I like the Roa fruit is molten ash fruit in Polish, for example.
Well, that's actually Roa and mountain ash. They mean the same thing. Like, it's not just the the Rowan fruit is also just called mountain ash.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the significance of the Roa fruit? So I just picked up a Roa fruit now, but do you know, like, the significance in the real world, what Roa was used for?
Yes, right.
Not really.
Okay, so Roa fruit, mountain ash, was used to protect against bewitchment and enchantment. And in Elden Ring, the only real things that, like, you can use Roa fruit for is we can make some Roa raisins, and we can feed those Roa raisins to Torrent. Now, if we think about, like, you know, characters being bewitched and enchanted to do things that they don't feel compelled to do, well, we can't actually say that about Torrent, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he's eating these fruit that is protecting against bewitchment and enchantment, well, that would mean that he isn't being bewitched or enchanted. Would you agree on that?
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we are penalizing him by giving him the raisins. It's a bit different. It's something that energizes him.
It restores. If I knew how to make the rata fruit, that would energize him. Humans can't eat it, though. So, you know, that's interesting. You know, does that say for all of the Roa? Humans are unable to digest Roa fruit, but Torrent seems to have a taste for them. So, humans in the lands between can't use Roa to protect themselves from bewitchment. But spectral steeds like Torrent can.
But that would mean that your HP is bewitchment points. How much, or how, you know?
Well, at least his is. Well, that wouldn't be far off. Did you ever play Bloodborne?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, do you know what HP is in Bloodborne?
Huh.
And if you do the status and you look at HP in Bloodborne, it doesn't say health points. It says HP is a hunter's will to live. So it's not how much life force you have, it's how much will you have to continue living. And since that game is a nightmare, it's like, well, do I want to wake up from the nightmare or not? Like, can I continue being in this nightmare?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting.
So do you, since Torrent can't be bewitched, what do you think that means for why he chooses our Tarnished?
Still don't have good answer for that.
Well, just think of something, whatever you think. It doesn't have to be a good answer, but any answer is good.
Because it needs to be. Because you are chosen.
So we're chosen, but chosen by who? Like, it's Torrent chooses us, but he's not choosing us based on, like, an outside force compelling him to. He's choosing us of his own volition.
Yes, but at the same time there is greater will, which
There is
chooses us to become the Elden Lord.
So yeah, there is a will greater than our own. Could we say that a greater will is kind of enchanting or bewitching? Like, if you don't have, like, a choice in the matter, and a greater will compels you to do something, like, is that sounds like similar to, like, bewitching and enchanting, right?
Yeah. In some way.
If someone was to learn that there was a greater will compelling them to do things, like, let's say in your case, let's say you learn that there was a greater will, a greater force than your own, that was compelling you to do things, and you had no choice in the matter. But you knew you had no choice. What would happen to you?
Yeah, that's just typical Greek tragedy stuff. You know, this is fate. You know your fate, and you cannot. This is Oedipus' story.
Yeah, it is Oedipus. It's your fate, and you can't fight it.
Yeah, exactly.
What does Oedipus do when his fate is when he gets, like, when he does, like, fulfills his fate? What does he do?
He gouges his eyes.
And what do you know? What do you know? That is. That's like someone who suffered from the flame of frenzy, and their grape has ripened and burst.
Yeah, but at the same time, the greater will also manifest in your eyes. Yeah, you have the golden eyes.
You have the grace. Yeah, you have grace. But you know what? Could you tell the difference? Like, so I'm red-green colorblind. Would you be able to tell the difference between gold and yellow? Like, is it like at a certain point, don't they kind of, like, I mean, like, you could argue that they kind of look the same, right?
Yeah.
But the greater will is all order. Like, the greater will, the vassal beast of the greater will is a living incarnation of order. The living incarnation of the concept of order. So how... I guess if it's the greater will, you wouldn't feel maddened by it. Would it make sense to you?
Yeah, but at the same time, Three Fingers believe, if you believe Hayeta, that the going back to one is the perfect order. It is very weird interpretation of that. Just regression to one.
Yeah,
Total
she does tell us essentially like everything needs to regress back to the mean. Like she says we got to do law of regression. Oh, puppy. Yeah, that's a real head scratcher, you know? That's a head scratcher. Like how can we like if you knew, I guess it may be based on your perspective. So let's say you learned that every action that you took ever, and every action, and I'm talking about you. I want you to think through this with me. Every action you took ever, and every action you were going to take was already predetermined. It was already fated. Even you knowing about that, it became fated. Like you learning that everything that you did and everything you would do forward was fated. Would you feel content in that? Or would you feel towards the maddening side? Like, would you be okay with it, or would it, like, push you further away? Like, where would that put you?
To be honest, I would be okay with it.
You'd be okay with it?
I think. Yeah, I think so.
Would it feel comforting?
Comforting?
Yeah, I mean, like,
it's hard to tell.
Like, I would say, like, you know...
I don't know if it's a good word for that. It is what it is.
That would be it is. So you wouldn't feel madness because you'd say it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't change anything.
Because there was nothing to be changed in the first place.
Yeah.
It was meant to happen.
Exactly.
Hmm. But what if you didn't want it to happen? Maybe that's where the madness comes in. You learn that there is a greater will is imposing its order upon you. But what if you don't want that order? Where's
you want to regress?
Would it be regressing?
No, because you cannot regress. The causality will go forward, whatever you do. Even the regression
is a causality.
In the future. Yeah.
Even a regression is causality.
That's where the madness is.
That's the madness.
That's not the true regression.
That's interesting. So the madness. So you learn there is order, like that there is a greater will controlling the order of things, including you, a will greater than your own.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were trying to regress, well, that would still be. Would that actually be you regressing?
Yeah.
Is it? Yes, no? Tell me if this is getting too confusing, because I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure all this stuff out.
Yeah, but you cannot regress. The regression is in the meaning, not in the causality. You cannot regress going forward.
Yeah, you have to go backwards. But what if the only way to go forward is to go backwards? Like we started over the lands between, like the lands between regressed at the very beginning when we got the memory of first grace. Like the lands between hit regression.
Yeah, but the end, the madness ending is always at the end.
Is it always at the end?
Yeah.
It's not always at the end. There's multiple endings.
When you start over, whatever you choose, when you start the game, there is no madness around you.
Right. We have to choose to go down the path of madness.
Yeah.
Madness, that makes madness a choice.
Mm-hmm.
You can choose to be mad. Why would someone
Yeah.
choose to be mad?
Because they don't accept.
Okay, so choosing madness would be not accepting order. Like if you don't
accepting
accept the
fate.
order, if you don't accept fate, you would choose madness. Is that where we're getting at?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Do you have anything else you would like to add?
For this topic, I don't think
For
so.
any topic. Before we go, I'm going to talk to D. I'm going to talk to D. I'm going to throw you back into the table.
No, throw me back. I will go maybe next round.
You want to come next round?
Yeah,
All right.
maybe.
I'm going to put you. You're going to be behind Nar again. All right.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a good little brain teaser there.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
See you.
See ya. Okay. May chaos take the world. Do we want chaos to take the world? Well, before we do that, we're playing the game a little bit out of order. We're playing the game a little out of order ourselves. And if we play the game out of order, we can find D talking. Now, this is like my favorite. This is like my favorite thing. That you come up behind D, and if you don't talk to him, and you wait, he's going to say something. Yeah, Christy knew I was getting at.
I'm sorry.
To go forward, you must go back.
Give you your proper rights, but at least you did not join those who live in death. Your soul will return to the Erd Tree in time. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver this spirit.
Yeah, that one, I love this line because, like, if you play the game out of order and you don't, I think it's if you don't go to the round table hold, you will get this dialogue. Honey rays of gold deliver spirit. But the important one is that your spirit will return to the Erd Tree in time. So it's like, it's not actually, like, doesn't matter where you die, because this person didn't get an Erd Tree burial, who looks like a guilty tarnished. They didn't get an Erd Tree burial, but based on D's belief, their soul will return to the Erd Tree in time. All right, I gotta see if he says the extermination dialogue.
Are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in
I
death.
desire not. Chaos taking the world is not something which will be helpful, but I'm not saying, do we want chaos to take the world? Because when we think about,
if you value your life,
well, we can't die. We don't worry about valuing our life. We come back to life. When we think about subdues a once accepted frenzied flame. So why would we take on madness? Well, if we could take on madness and use it like if the only way to circumvent order was a bit of madness, then we would want that, maybe that madness just for a little bit. Like, we would want to see the eyes, like this, we would want to see the world from, like, eyes of yellow for just, like, enough amount of time to be able to circumvent order in some way. Like, if we think this, we think about this from, like, the perspective of, how would I put this? Like, how the game is designed. Like, the game is designed, the story is designed where we don't actually see, most of what has happened. Like, the Elden Ring is shattered, the story is told out of order, everything is out of order. So I think, like, madness has, like, taken the land already, but it hasn't consumed it entirely. So with a little bit of madness, Torrent's chosen hero, the Tarnished of No Renown, is able to come in and to do all these things. So because of things being thrown out of order just a bit, we're able to, you know, do something different. You know, order is not defined yet. We have different choices we can make. In fact, out of all of the characters in this story, our character is the only character that is able to have a choice. You know, the only character that is able to have a choice. So if this is the only character that's able to have a choice, what does that mean for everyone else? Like, what's the greater will in that regard? D, you were supposed to teleport here. Did I screw him up? It means freedom of choice against the greater will, even if it means toward the path of madness. Because we can, like, you know, follow the guidance of grace, but we didn't. We didn't follow the guidance of grace. Even though I don't think the guidance of grace is the greater will. Alright, did D move? Okay, so he moved. Alright, where the hell did he go? Because I'm seeing if he says... It might be at the round table hold that he says the line. I'm looking for the exterminate line. Because we're trying to connect. Here is the thing about madness, especially in these games, and we might talk about this in the future. Where does he... He's supposed to be here. He's making me mad. Where the hell did he go? He's supposed to be right here. Oh, you can see some of his eyes. Where did he go? Can someone help me where he's supposed to be? He's supposed to be right in that corner over there. I don't want to reload and him not be there. Saint Trina, help me out. We'll talk about you later. Maybe we won't, I don't know. Where did he go? Do I have to reload? Okay, I'm going to reload the game. Hopefully D is breaking the cycle. He did make a new choice. That bastard. That bastard. Alright, because I want to get that dialogue from him. Oh, we got to reset our... Need another recording. Do not want... You want chaos to be your burden so that you can break its hold. Okay, did I just, like, screw up... Did D disappear? Maybe it's because I went to Kaled. Alright, whatever. Screw D. We didn't need him anyway. Who was next in line? Was it a factory operator or was it Solaria? I think it might have been factory operator. So I'm gonna pull you in. I'd hope you were able to hear me. You're gonna have to unmute. Bring you into the crucible. Factory operator is next. Blades of Blood, are you factory operator? Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's happening? What's your name and where you calling from?
My name is Leaf. I'm calling because I really like how you talk about Elden Ring, and yeah, I just want to talk about something that I'm thinking about.
Cool. What are you thinking about?
What do you think about snakes and the roots?
Snakes and the roots?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, there's snakes in the roots. I can actually here. Let me get to a safe spot. I'll show you what I think about snakes in the roots. Let's just make sure my character's in a safe spot. You got the stream open? You can see the video?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit delayed, but I do have the stream open, yeah.
We in a safe spot? Okay, let's switch to just face cam for a second.
While you're getting to a safe spot, I just wanted to... The thing that made me originally think about this was the bonfire golems in the DLC. Because of the dragon that's in the middle of their fire source.
Okay, so you were going to be a little behind, but I'm showing on the screen right now. This is Runes, an introduction by Kim Farnell. It is a book, your plain and simple guide for understanding and interpreting the ancient oracle. Runes are an ancient alphabet that have been used for thousands of years as a form of communication and divination. According to Norse belief, the runes were given to Odin, the father of creation. The word rune derives from the Proto-Germanic form of runo, which means a secret or mystery. The runic alphabet is known as the Firthark, and written by an authority. Wait, was it? Okay, it's known by the Firthark, and this book, written by an authority on divination systems, shows readers how to read and interpret its 24 runes. So why did I bring that up? Because in this little book that I have, if we go to one of the earliest pages, we can see Odin sacrificing himself by hanging from the world tree Yggdrasil, illustrated in 1895. And in this image, hopefully everyone could see this, towards the bottom of this illustration with Odin on the world tree, we can actually see serpents wrapped around the roots. There are, in fact, so on the left-hand side in this illustration right here, we could see 2 serpents wrapped around roots. And on the other side, we could see 3 hands grabbing the roots. So Odin hung himself from the world tree, and he plucked out one of his eyes as well, so he could learn what the runes were. So, and he learned Mimir originally possessed the knowledge of the runes, which he obtained from the underground fountain that lay beneath the middle root of the world tree that he guarded. After being pierced by a spear, Odin hung upside down from the world tree with no food or drink for 9 days and nights. On the 9th night, he saw the shapes of the runes in the tree's roots. Crying out, he caught up the runes from the world tree. So
seeing the runes in the roots is also interesting.
Yes.
Because when I think of snakes in the roots of a tree are like what feeds the tree and makes it grow. So the snakes in my mind symbolically are at least like the process of like what the Erd tree is in a way.
We also I gotta start. It does make sense, and I also have to start reading this book. If you could see, this is The Hidden Life of Trees. What they feel and how they communicate, and how through mycelial networks, trees possibly are communicating with each other through their roots all across the world.
Yeah.
So finding the roots. Let's go back to game face cam. So how do I feel about snakes in the roots? So if the runes were able to be read or seen through the roots, and we have snakes within the roots, and snakes are like, they're creatures, they're pretty mimicky, you know, like they can imitate other types of animals, they can imitate other types of snakes. Like a non-poisonous snake can imitate a poisonous snake to protect itself, so people won't, mess with them.
Yeah, it's like the snail snakes, the ones with the skull shells. They're also like imitating snails. Yeah.
They're imitating snails, and then when we find some of these snakes in the future, we're going to see that they look like snails, but they're trying to be snakes. But I think they're confused about what they're imitating.
Yeah. Or do you mean like the snake snails in Volcano Manor?
Well, so I'm talking about like the snakes, like the glintstone snake snails that have glintstone breath, which is originates from Seath the Scaleless, who is kind of like a dragon, but not a dragon because he ain't got no legs. Then you find in...
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
In Noxtella, we find these snake snails again, except they're not glintstone snake snails. They're just like snake snails. Then we have the spirit snake snail in Rhodes End Catacombs, who can summon Crucible Knights. But then when we get to Altus, we finally see undead snakes inside of skulls. Now, they're not snake snails. They're just undead snakes in skulls.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they are skeletons. I forgot about that.
Yeah, they are. And we're thinking like, where do we see grace? Where do we see the runes? Like if we think about our Lord's rune of one who is destined to become a lord, grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, true vestiges of gold. It looks like an eye. So you asked, how do you feel about snakes in the roots? Well, now I'm kind of thinking like, well, if Odin found the runes in the roots, and runes go in the eyes, but you can also find snakes in skulls. I'm also thinking about a character in the future that we haven't, that this character doesn't have a memory of, who also has a snake behind their eye, where runes should be. How does the world look for them?
Well, it's possible that they're like there was a video that I saw recently where this guy described like a prophetic vision as someone else breathing through you. So maybe it's in a way they're like breathing through other things and seeing memories through that, if that makes sense.
I mean, if you have, if we think about, runes are words. They're letters. They can make up words. So like, you know, once you learn how to read, you can't stop. You look at a word, you're gonna read it. If you see the word through madness, that could be, that's like, then you're seeing the world through that way. If you're seeing the word through serpents, you're seeing the world that way. And if it's prophecy is someone breathing it through you, you're seeing the world through the way they want you to see it.
You're all on your own,
That makes sense?
And heading to storm
right, yeah.
Enticed by the
Yeah, for me, it's just like, that line of thinking makes me think like, well, then how can we trust what we're seeing?
to be one with the spider.
Right, yeah, and the different ways light manipulates what we're seeing. Totally. Like the irises of grace and occultation,
Yeah, and there's all different types, like that too, like there's all different types of grace. Like we know that there's different types of grace in the eye. I mean, we don't have it on this character, but we know that if you do Letta's questline, she has grace, a rune of grace that's different, that was from Mikola. So where did he get that from? And what does the world look like for someone who has that grace in their eyes? Oh, I just crushed a skull that had a grace in it. Yeah, one of these skulls.
Maybe they're seeing things break down into formulas. So even things like relationships and conversations and like emotions broken down into formulas, so they can like read, kind of like. Well,
that would be totally like, that is someone I think a golden order fundamentalist who understood causality and regression. I think that's how they would see the world.
Totally, yeah.
Definitely like that, because that's like a math equation. It's
right.
What is it? It says fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name. So
Radigan being able to... Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to talk out loud. You can go ahead. You can speak. You can interrupt me whenever you want.
I was just thinking Radigan being the architect, seeing everything in formulas. It's possible Mikola got his vision from Radigan, because Mikola also like tries to break everything down and tries to learn about it.
And we know that Mikola is, you know, he's the bewitching guy. He's got that bewitching branches. We know that you know, Radigan, he was married to Renala, and her full moon is bewitching. We know that from her memory. It's the bewitching or enchanting full moon. If you knew how someone would react to what you would say, if like every conversation was a formula, like if it was a video game, I guess like you could, like that could be a way to enchant someone and bewitch them. Like if you knew what you would do would cause, like if you knew the causality of a conversation.
Absolutely, yeah. And like finding the different conversation trees to get the ending that you want, yeah.
I mean, that's what we do in the game.
Nicola was just playing Mass Effect.
Yeah, you're just yeah. If you're using, especially if you have a guide, you know, if you have a guide to play Mass Effect, and you're looking at what your answers will do, that's like having a prophecy. That's someone breathing it into you.
Right. Yeah.
What's up,
It's
Harlan?
interesting how Mikola also. Yeah, I didn't think about like using prophecies as a way to charm people. That's a cool rabbit hole to think down.
Hey, that's what we're doing here, aren't we?
That's true. Well, I meant like to such a degree that people literally think you mind control, but it's just that you are able to predict like both their environment and their nature to be able to completely manipulate them.
Yeah, that's it. Man, you got it. You're ahead of the game. You're ahead of the game there. And if we think about like, you know, a character like Marika the Eternal, you know, we saw the roots from Mired in Madness, but we have a character who is named the Eternal. if you've lived long enough to know how people are going to react to things, like, you know.
Yeah, like blasphemy.
What are you going to do? Like, if you have no, like, let's think about a character like Marika. Actually, let's see if we get any interesting dialogue. Maiden, dear maiden, yeah, please take my grapes. So if we think about a character like Marika, if Marika knows how mortals, because she's the Eternal, how a mortal will react in almost every scenario because she's lived long enough to see those reactions. I don't know. I just, that... What would that say about her?
She's basically... She's almost all-knowing, like Odin.
Yeah, she had the runes. Why'd you bring up the trees? Why'd you bring up serpents and roots? Why'd you bring that up?
Well, I've been seeing a lot... When I look at literally the grace, like the actual thing that you level up at and sit down at, under the ash pile around the edges is a bunch of roots. And it's literally like comparing that image to the furnace golem in the DLC. They look like the exact same thing. There's like two little piles of spikes that rise out of the pile of ash that is the grace. And it kind of reminds me of the way the wings kind of look like. You're going from, yeah, exactly, from like a 90 degree. It reminds me of how the wings are slightly raised in the furnace golem thing, and it makes me think like the ash right there is bodies in the furnace golem. The roots and the spikes are the dragon powering it, and then the grace is the fire that comes out of the fire golem with its big like wave attack.
Now, so did you play? Have you played Demon Souls?
No, that and Bloodborne are the only two FromSoft games I have played.
Okay, well, so, you know, spoiler for Demon Souls, but, like, in Demon Souls, the old one, the source of all the demons and the thing that wants to devour souls, its face, it's this giant serpentine tree monster, and its face looks just like the thing beneath the site of grace. So when when you think about snakes and roots, if we were to go to do the Fringe Folk Hero's grave, I mean, do you know what the boss is at the end of that little dungeon?
Is that one of the gladiators, the Ron Gladiator?
No, it's an ulcerated tree spirit, which is kind of like a snake. And that starts at the root. We find that at a root system. So when I think snakes and roots, I think ulcerated tree spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. There was the abductor versions is another one where like the snakes are kind of literally the roots of the abductor version's root.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, we're seeing the snakes are really like. They're embroidered with the tree pretty heavily. Hey.
There was one more thing that I thought about that is kind of like snakes and roots. The way that the Erd tree leaks sap is the same way that Rickard leaks lava, like in his second phase.
What do you mean when it leaks sap? What do you mean by that one?
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata.
Mm-hmm.
I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as would you donate
Right.
Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. But when I eat, it will lead me. Many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant
Yeah, you think it's
light
like
once more.
you think it's like the way that you can link up with your
May the
Ava.
blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Kind of, yeah. It's like DNA.
When I think of like the sap, I think of like the golden brilliance in a splinter of the shadow tree.
Right.
Because like when you look, that's when I think of sap coming from a tree. I think of what's coming from the shadow tree. That's what I think of.
When I was thinking, I was comparing the rocks in Volcano Manor that have the faces on them, that's like the pool of lava, and then the basically the remnants of all the sap.
Hey, you know as much as I do, buddy. All right, that's. You got anything else you want to share?
No, I appreciate it.
Oh, you hear the gut? Oh, you hear through the speakers. My apologies. Let me fix my audio. They got to hear you twice. All right, I love that you watch them. All right, catch you later. Bye-bye. The snake and the roots, you know, that one too. If the roots, oh, you know what? If it's the roots are mired in madness, could the roots being mired in madness be from the snakes? Is it the snakes? Could we have a mad serpent? You know, when we think of... Oh, I'm covered in chat's runes. Oh no. Ah! What happened there? Oh, because the chat... It was an issue with my screen. Here, let me fix that. That's crazy. Boom. There we go. Fixed it. This is Overcoming Madness, everybody. We were just hearing him through the speakers. It wasn't coming through properly. Did I screw up the Discord thing? I'm sorry if you guys didn't hear him right. I must have done something incorrect because I'm a noob at this stuff. Okay, we need a grape, and we already have this one. This is a part of our underground religion, but our grape is apples. I mean, our grapes are eyes. Feeding her eyes. She needs to eat eyes so she could see. All the eyes need to come together. It wasn't moving earlier. Is it moving now? Yes, I did see the set piece stuff earlier today. Isn't she supposed to be here? I need to get her to move. I'm trying not to sit at any sites of grace. We don't want to sit at any site of grace because that will screw things up for what we need. But we need to move her along. I fixed something. Okay. Let's hit this site of grace. Okay, the roots mired with madness and serpents. There's so much to do with madness. Like, one of the things... did she move? Oh, no, it's because she didn't move. You know, she's Light Seeker Hyetta now. That's important, too. She's Light Seeker. Okay, actually, there's someone mentioned to me that Irina's body is still there, even though Hyetta's alive. I need to confirm that, because I didn't know if that was actually the case. Is her body here? Yeah, this confuses me. So this says there's two. She has to be a mimic, right? Like, so Irina is dead, and Hyetta is a copy of Irina. Oh, maybe that's why she doesn't. Maybe Irina, maybe Hyetta, you know, I've never really tried to do Hyetta as a mimic. But I guess this is Hyetta's a mimic. It's gotta be. And if she, oh, that's pretty good for Mimica. Yeah, with the arch here? Yeah, she gotta be a mimic, right? I don't think there's any two ways about it. For some reason, I never connected the ulcerated spirits to the pus of man and their cut gigantic serpentine version whose carcass is made in the Dread Keep. Yeah, they have the same face. They have the same face. Now that too, that's too much madness for us to do cross-game theorizing. I can't give you the cross-game theorizing stuff right now. That is too much madness for me. I will spiral, and we're not ready for spiraling yet. Where's Hyetta at? Where's my girl? So now we have eyes. We got these Shabriri grapes, and Shabriri grapes remind me of Radagon's Scar Seal, Radagon's Sword Seal, Marika Scar Seal. This seal represents the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods. Actually, you know what? Let's do some Dark Soul stuff here. Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse, from which there is no deliverance. So the word curse, we think curse of the undead, we think Dark Souls. That's where curse really picks up in these games. But gnawing, so gnawing, this one's pretty good. Gnawing is Dark Souls 3. We have Daria's Gnaw, and I think just Gnaw. which is like these insects that writhe and bite people. If you do Irina's questline in Dark Souls 3, who's trying to become a firekeeper, she says that the little like tiny beings gnaw at her. Like they gnaw at her. So we have that gnaw. We have Irina. Oh, this one's crazy. Okay, so we have Irina, gnaw, and gnaw and curse. Shabriri grape. This doesn't make sense right now. So what I'm working on in a project currently, the current video, is I'm trying to figure out how can I explain the rules of the game of figuring out the lore of Elden Ring, so then when we jump between Elden Ring and Dark Souls and we look at these certain words, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? Alright, let's chat with this girl.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes,
I can feel the light in the back of my eyes. Okay, so we're gonna give her the grape. What light is she feeling?
They rest their trembling hands upon me, howling wordlessly.
Howling wordlessly.
My eyes, their frail fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you,
Second time we got a howl.
somehow firmer.
Goldriz, I don't know if we could say Shabriri is a Yuri mimic because, or Yura mimic, because I think his body moves. I think his body actually moves. So she gave us howl wordlessly, and we gave her, you know, these kind of look like eyes too. The Roa fruit kind of looks like eyes. This looks like eyes, but when she says when she eats the grapes, she feels the light in the back of her eyes, and that makes me think of the yellow embers. This is a light in the eye, and like when that light became so intense, they began pressing their palms into their eyes to like reduce that pain. So she got that grape. I hope she moves.
You are most the blessing of the
All right, blessing of the fingers. We got to keep going. We need more madness. We got to keep moving her along. While we move along, I'm gonna pull Solaria in, and Solaria is gonna be our next guest. Wait till you're not deaf anymore. The eyes of yellow are Roa fruit. Oh, are they mimicking Roa fruit? Hi, Solaria. Welcome to the Crucible. I like that you said eyes of yellow are Roa fruit.
Yes.
Okay.
Are,
wait, before you talk.
typically-
Now talk.
Okay.
Say something now.
Okay. Yeah,
Test.
talk now?
No, you're still not coming through.
Here he is.
I try again. Okay. Now we're back live. Let's see. Say some words.
Say some words, I've been instructed.
Okay, there you go. Now you're back on. Now we can hear you again. So before our last guest was probably broken because of that. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let's go to the yellow fruit. The eyes of yellow. Basically, a month and a half ago, you had me investigating the afflicted village in the Weeping Peninsula, seeing what's going on. My end conclusion was that the only way that it made sense for Frenzy to actually get there is the isolated merchant on the very western part of the Weeping Peninsula says that he's specifically isolating himself, pushing himself to the ends of the earth, and he's the only one who's wearing a mask. Masks are in order to prevent sickness from spreading. He has a full face mask, and thereby his frenzied eyes cannot actually be seen. the rats are found in one other place in the Weeping Peninsula, and it's at the Grave Ward, or not Grave Ward.
Let's go check. I'm gonna check that merchant. That's a good merchant to check.
Yes. It's one second. I'm gonna get the name of that.
He's the isolated merchant. There's 3 isolated merchants.
Yeah. It's the one in the very far western.
I want to look
shore.
at this merchant to compare, because that's a so. What's your theory on him? He's the one who spread.
Yes. He is the one who spread the frenzy. He was probably actually a victim. See, the locations in the Weeping Peninsula are very interesting. There's a single place that has rats other than around the Kalu Baptismal Church and the Ailing Village, and that is Tombsward Ruins. Tombsward Ruins has rats, and in order to reach the isolated merchant's location on the far western shores, he most likely actually would have gone around the Church of Pilgrimage down to the south, and Tombsward Ruins is right there. If he's climbing down the hills, he could easily have been attacked by a rat on the way, because his body already had frenzy in it. It means the rat is in turn afflicted with frenzy by taking it inside of him, or herself actually, because it's almost certainly the case that it's the adult rat, the mother, who ended up in Kalu Baptismal Church. She's being worshipped by these people in the Ailing Village who have set up their frenzy cult around the rats that are inside of that church, and will go in and defend the rats. If you attempt to actually enter the church and, say, grab the Flame of Frenzy spell from the corpse that's in there, they have a person who has a spear. He's actually patrolling back and forth around the church. He will go in and chase you and will corner you and allow you to be gnawed on by the rats much more easily if you are attempting to get that, and are therefore in the back left corner of that church. So because they have the rat in a holy place in the inner sanctum of the church, I understand that it's the case. They understand the frenzy is coming directly from the rat, and they're bringing people in to be bitten by the rat.
Oh.
Because the rats spread frenzy.
Yeah, that's so interesting. That's really cool theorizing. Yeah, that makes sense for too, like can't rats, like in the real world, they could spread disease that causes like madness.
Yeah, it's definitely the case that rats and the fleas on rats are carriers of disease, and I believe this is intending to evoke the Black Death. This place has a lot of people that are dying because of the frenzied illness, because of the fact that they attempted to actually seclude the Ailing Village. There's a quarantine that's actually on there. That's what the shield says. It says it's a quarantine of the village, but if you look around the village, to the south and west, there's actually a shack that is owned by a single person. That person is dead and has a yellow ember that has actually dropped out. So he's outside of the village. He's been affected by frenzy. Eyes of yellow have spread into the area surrounding his shack, and he is just a few feet away from the break in the wall that allows you to go over to Castle Morn.
Okay, so you're pacing it out as we see from the Ailing Village, an infected rat spreads the initial disease. Oh no, it's this merchant, like this, the isolated merchant?
Yeah, the isolated merchant comes in from elsewhere. They're wanderers.
Right.
Presumably he was a nomadic merchant first, so he goes down to the Weeping Peninsula.
Oh, he has a yellow hat.
Yes.
Oh, that's okay. We got to check the isolated merchants. That's a good, because the isolated merchants, the big thing about the isolated merchants is they are our Night Rain merchants, because each of them have 3 sacrificial twigs, and they all have lost ashes of war, which is devoid of memories. And what else? This guy has the Zweihander, so I think he's supposed to be evoking Wilder, because the other merchant has his set. We'll go to the other ones, actually. He has the Festering Bloody Finger, and Yura says that the people who imbibe on the cess blood, They have no kinship of their ilk remains. Madness precludes it.
And that's very important because when you talk to Kale, he talks about the most important thing in the merchants group, the wandering merchants. They have a deep, deep bond of kinship. They've actually evaded the madness of the world. They're able to keep themselves under control despite the fact that they have yellow eyes. But they always keep in touch with one another and are able to know if one of them has been attacked by someone else. But this isolated merchant is one who has separated himself from all of the rest of the nomadic merchants, and he's wearing a mask seemingly to prevent himself from spreading the sickness further. So he is succumbed, whereas
if he's
the isolated
wearing that
merchant...
mask, we don't know what his eyes look like.
Yes, that is true. We don't know because we are prevented from actually seeing the information.
I gotta see... I'm going to the other isolated merchant now. I'm glad that you brought that up. I want to see if he wears a mask as well, and if he has the yellow hat.
I think it's the case that it's only that one that actually has a full face mask.
Let's see.
But it is worth checking just to make sure. Oh, there is one important aspect, by the way. The alien village.
No, he has a mask too. The isolated merchant, and he has the same yellow hat.
Ah, good. Well, that's a connection I wasn't able to verify. That's good to know.
This also for the just to reiterate, 3 sacrificial twigs, so we think Night Rain, and then we have the Land of Reeds armor. He also has the Festering Bloody Finger, so madness precludes it. Lost Ash of War, we think Night Rain. This is, when I think Land of Reeds, you know, we think of Executor from Night Rain. Okay, he has a Serpent Arrow, so you can buy an infinite amount from him. We gotta check the other guy, too. That's an interesting. So there, you have. I mean, we know we're gonna learn that that what do you call it? The merchants, you know, the nomadic merchants. It's like they get slanderized essentially, and they summon the Flame of Frenzy when they are in that, or they summon the Flame of Frenzy, or they summon the Three Fingers or whatever when they're in the underground area. A torch to keep rats away, Yo Ferris says? Maybe. I mean, there's the dogs, but a torch to keep the madness rats away. But anyway, if you, like, let's say we're Shabriri, and we want madness to spread, well, the best place to infect people with madness would be the nomadic merchants. So they're traveling through the land, and they're spreading madness, even if they don't mean to.
Yeah, and that's the thing in real life as well. The Black Death was spread by merchant caravans. People going from settlement to settlement, not knowing what they were doing, they spread the sickness from place to place just like that. And it meant that some places would be hit 3 or 4 times because they keep having people coming back to them from outside that are carrying the disease and not actually presenting the symptoms themselves. And it meant for hundreds and hundreds of years, you would have the problem spreading throughout Europe. It would just keep going.
Okay, so I think that one, I like, for me, I was always thinking, you know, so we have our 2 type of nomads. We have the nomadic warriors who have the cookbooks. They're the ones who are spreading, you know, I would say, like, they're the ones who are spreading knowledge all throughout the lands between, and especially in the face of utter scarcity. These guys give me, like, you know, these are like the nomadic warriors. They're anti-rot. They flow like water, you know, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And I also tie them to, like, you know, they have the Blue Dancer prophecy. Their culture influences Melania, which helps facilitate Miquella's goals, and Miquella is anti-madness. To me, I see, like, Shabriri, like, going after the wrong nomads. Does that make sense?
The wrong nomads.
Like,
I think,
like if we're trying to prevent the nomads who could defeat madness.
Yes.
You know, you got to make sure you spread the rumor on the right one.
Yes, you have. That's the interesting thing, though. You've listed one group of nomads. You haven't differentiated between the 2 of them as of this point. So in order to make your point, you need to make sure that we can understand there are 2 groups of nomads.
well, so we have the nomadic warriors and the nomadic merchants. Like they are culturally different. Like the nomadic merchants, I haven't seen when the nomadic merchants fight. They don't fight like with the beautiful curved swords.
No, but they're also blind. They have their
yeah, they are blind, so they can't actually. They follow the blind swordsmen.
And they also sell the nomadic warrior cookbooks.
Yeah, but they sell a lot. They sell a lot of stuff.
They do.
And they're not blind. They are not. They're not covering their eyes. They're seeing the eyes through madness.
Yes, but Kale emphasizes the fact that they're all. They are a warrior culture, and they are very, very much keen on defending each other.
Oh, you're right. He does say defending. Well, that could still. That's still like. It feels like it feels like this strengthens my point where you're saying that they possibly could be the same thing because there's these overlaps and similarities, and that's what I think would confuse someone spreading rumors about them.
Possibly. Or it could simply be the case that it was a large enough group to where not all of them were actually able to be hounded down. This is the thing. I think you have to understand the warrior culture, the one that actually is derived from the blue dancer giving the blind swordsman his flowing sword. Those guys appear to actually have been part of the Rao civilization. They seem to specifically be from the part of Rao that was immediately before they started building up the surface. The Rao civilization is the one that confronted Rot and was able to seal it in the Lake of Rot. Or at least the divine essence thereof. The scorpion god seems to have actually escaped after it had its tail severed. But presumably the stinger was where all of the divine essence was located anyway, so it got trapped down there. But regardless, those people are actually Newman, and I think it's the case that based on all of the character origins and the classes, you can actually line all of those up. You can tell exactly who's who, and you did this on one of the episodes, but yeah. I disagree with your conclusions because the warriors need to actually, I think, be the Newman. The Newman are the actual are the Rao culture who actually have that sort of warrior archetype going into them. The people are actually inheriting their traditions from that period of time and are able to actually become the followers of the blind swordsman's tradition.
Well, who do you put Loner to then?
I apologize.
You only did as I asked. The loners are give me a second. I'll actually pull that up because I have all of my notes on here that are easily determinable. I think I specifically put the loner to the thief, but
I could. I don't remember what I did. What I put for
bandit. Thief. My list right now is the warrior background, hero class, truth seeker, prophet, aristocrat, prisoner, loner, bandit, northerner, vagabond, seafarer, confessor, and this is related to the fact that in real life the Inquisition was actually associated with the Spaniards. The Spaniards were massive seafarers, and I think there's something that's going on there, especially with the fact that the fingers have the two-finger religion has prominence both in the lands between and actually the other world. The seafaring and seeking out the proper location of the lands between and spreading the faith across the other lands, I think that fits perfectly with the Confessor because they're in that religion and are seeking out places to forcefully implement the Finger's will. Anyway, Reedlander is obviously samurai, Draconian is wretch. Nightfolk is astrologer, but that leaves only Newman and warrior left over. The warriors are definitely from the Blackstone civilization. They are associated with the
golems, yeah, like I don't disagree with that. The reason I gave loner to the warriors because it said that they're like well versed in like folklore and like heresies and stuff like that.
Yes, but that's the thing. The bandit actually is. The bandit is associated with the assassins from Ravenmount.
Right. Oh,
bandit
that's a
set
good point.
is
That's a very good
actually
point.
the same set
Yes.
as the Ravenmount Assassins. You have two of the clothing items that are overlapping, and because of that, because the heretics of modern times are actually those who are following the Deathbirds, who were part of the Golden Order to begin with, there's the loners are people who are at the edge of society who depend on preying upon other people. The bandits are isolating themselves so that they don't get caught by the law. I think that fits very well with the loner situation, because the bandits will know and have connections with the Ravenmount people because they're the same sort of population, using the same items. Anyway.
That was too orderly. You have to be a little more mad. Let's do a little more madness. That made too much sense.
Well, the little bit of madness that I'm going to toss in here is I believe it's actually the case that the wandering merchants are male Newman.
Male Newman. How do you figure that?
I figure that because of the fact that the female Newmans seem to have actually been interbreeding with the giants, probably because of the fact that there's a low enough population in the Newman that they need to have genetic diversity in order to allow their population to continue. The Newman that we actually can clearly identify are very often very tall. You have the people of Dominula village who are significantly taller than normal people.
I mean, you got Ronnie. When we look at her body, like she's tall.
That's tall. And you have her mother, who is definitely from the north and is inheriting lots of connections to the giants that way. Radigan himself is like 10 feet tall. He's getting that from giant heritage in some way. But trolls in particular, they're tree people, very, very obviously. So it's not only the fact that giants in FromSoft games previously are very clearly associated with trees. They seem to actually be born from the arch trees in the Dark Souls continuity. But in FromSoft, in Elden Ring, it seems that the trolls are more tree-like than the fire giants. So it seems like you're going directly from the fire giants to a relationship between them and the Newman, which makes sense because Rao is actually a fusion of the Newman culture and the smithing culture. They're coming together and making the forges are only possible because of the fact that you're taking the metal smithing from the giants who are already worshiping the fell god, despite the fact that they don't necessarily have him inside of them at that time. They're gaining sky metal and learning how to do the divine art of smithing. And they are gaining the ability to imbue souls into weapons from the Newman, who are masters of souls and spirits. So those forges are evidence of the Newman coming together with the giants in a cultural sense, combining their technologies and making their ability to smith weapons and shape the world better overall than the sum of their parts. So you have not only the evidence in seeing the giant generations actually diminish in size over time, because the Newman are like normal people size for the most part, but you see them actually being bigger than a normal person would be whenever we can find Newman that are still obviously in the world right now.
Okay,
it looks like
I gotta cut off your trail of thought. I gotta cut you there.
But the merchants are smaller.
Because we gotta, you know, when the isolated merchant, they got these really long arms. That makes me think of the guys in Bloodborne who have really long arms. But I want to bring up this. I want to cut you short because we got to this isolated merchant. And he is different than the other ones. He's all in white. He's colorless. He's a colorless isolated merchant. He's by Renala. There's a Trina Lily right there. His inventory, this is where we get the warrior's garb. He's got Trina arrows. He's got one eye of yellow. He's got the festering bloody finger. The madness precludes it. But the thing that jumps out to me is it's another one of the Night Rain stuff too. He's got the fanged imp ashes, which has, does it say it's, you know, these guys are duplicates. Like I'm getting a little mimicky here.
Oh, the fanged imp ashes. I thought those were actually only available at character creation, but regardless, those actually are the D twins. See, I checked.
I think they're Bart and Lisa.
I'm seriously. all of the starting equipment, the gifts that you can get, those are associated with the major characters that we
I haven't
can
heard.
interact
That's a really
with.
good microcosm theory. Did you come up with that on your own?
Yeah, I came up with that on my own. It's
That's
because I
really
realized,
good.
like, you get 2 of the Stone Sword keys, 2 Fanged Imps. The D-Twins are killed by a certain Fia. Fia is the one who's represented by the Stone Sword keys.
How do you have her Stone Sword keys?
Let me go to the list I have here.
Is there enough NPCs for all that?
Yeah, there are. There's a lot of
there's not
very
like
relevant
there's not
ones.
like more.
No, there are more NPCs that are important, but there's a list here.
Like I would put doing that, like Millicent gets bewitching branches, right?
The bewitching branches I have marked as related to Rogier. It's actually talking about him being bewitched by Fia. Obviously, I have Mikola on there, but you could potentially.
Yeah, I would. So that one I gotta. That one.
There are
I gotta see. I like that theorizing, but there's too many answers
There are some of them where
for
they
each of them.
overload. There are some of them that have very obvious overlaps where they're intended to actually be multiple people.
Yeah.
Yura and Irina are both Shibriri's woe.
Oh yeah, Shibriri's woe is in there. Yeah. Oh, so maybe
it's referencing what happens to Yura and Irina.
It could. I mean, if you want to do that theorizing, if it's multiple characters, so like you
It's
said that
sometimes multiple
if you said that but maybe it's not sometimes. Maybe it is all the times because we have 2 characters for Shibriri's woe. The Fanged Imp Ashes is also 2 characters. It's both the D characters. Those are 2 characters.
I do know that it's the case for a bunch of them that it is specifically 2. It could be just that I missed out on some of them. Let's see. I have the Crimson Amber Medallion for Dialos, because of the fact that he's connected with the Newman rune. It has the. It's related to the fact that gold was originally red, but I also had it as potentially being a reference to Horalu because he's getting the amber from the Erd tree going on there. That's actually my weakest one out of the rest of them. The Lands Between rune is
you would put Horalu as because I don't know if I would put him as because he's like a boss. I don't know if I'd put him as an NPC.
I know. I'd actually.
What's up, Ray?
I hesitated to actually do that, but.
He could be Nefeli. Nefeli, maybe.
No. Nefeli is the Lands Between rune. She has a very unique relationship with memory. She remembers her childhood, and does not have any problems with recalling the knowledge of her past. Her memory is very, very important to her, and building up her character. But it's also Gideon the All-Knowing because he prepares, trying to make sure that he has all of the memories possible to prepare himself for his life in this world.
That's
so I
some
have
Jack of the
those.
Mimic theorizing right there.
Yeah, I have those 2 set up as Lands Between rune. The Golden Seed I only have listed for Roderiga. She's pretty obvious. She gives it to us.
Yeah, she does give you the Golden Seed.
And obviously she's a stand-in for Marika. I'm not sure you would include Marika as the other of the 2. That would be weird.
Yeah, I would have to. I would stick to just tarnished NPCs because you like characters that you can make a copy of in the character creator.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it.
However, there is one case where that doesn't work because the cracked pot is Alexander.
Right, well, you know what it can work. How it works is because every person's first playthrough, they all role play as Radon. As soon as they can get Radon's armor, they wear it. And Alexander stuffs Radon in his. Oh
yeah, that is definitely true.
I want to. I'm gonna put you back in the line.
Very well.
Because you gave me a lot of information. I got to talk about some madness stuff here.
I shall bid you adieu and rejoin the stream rather than
Solaria.
listening to this audio. You are welcome.
If you guys don't know, Solaria does their own kind of like mimic commentary type of playthrough. They also in the Discord they do a lot of documentation for the mimic commentary and a lot of their own analysis. It's all very good. I really recommend talking about that or seeing their stuff. So I wanted to bring up the madness thing. One of the theories that I'm trying to work on is that the centipede right here, like we were talking about earlier, with one of our callers, about like mixing gold and yellow, and we have the golden centipede. The golden dissected remains of a centipede kept by the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially those who are hunters who live in death. But the mark of the centipede is the symbol for like the ancient death hexes and stuff. So like, why are Golden Order fundamentalists keeping a fetish for the Golden Order, like for the centipede? Then the centipede is like a bad thing in Dark Souls. You have the centipede, you got parasites. Then a centipede-like creature is vermin and Bloodborne. You know, this like history of like, I mean, Sekiro too, the centipede is bad news. So when I see this, I see Hyetta next to all of these centipedes. It's telling me that the centipede is connected to madness. And it's like it's connected to like this as a parasite. Like, I don't think we can trust it. Like, this is one of, I think, Harley, like the worst mimic in the entire game. Because it's I think it's like supposed to be imitating gold. Like, it's supposed to confuse the Golden Order fundamentalists. I also have to lower my desk and get in my chair because my back hurts. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm trying to overcome all this madness. But I'm happy that we found the centipedes here. Because I'm going to need to talk about those later. Alright. Her dialogue here is very important. So she's eating the eyes. She's eating the Shibriri grapes. And inside of the Shibriri grapes is... Oh, wait, let me fix my camera. Oh, goodness. Camera hub. And then let's... Oh, Kyra's there. Look at that sleepy puppy. Look at that. There she is. Look at that pup. Okay. I woke her up. She heard her name. So, oh, I gotta. Oh goodness, we're going strong here. So she's eating these eyes, and she's feeling the faint light in the back of her own eyes, and that is she's trying to follow. And it's this dialogue here that really jumps out to me.
Oh, hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one. The distant light seems far closer than before, but I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Yeah, so the centipede stuff, I can't like talk about it right now, because it would just be too much. But her saying that she needs to take the grapes, otherwise she'll go mad, and we find the centipedes right next to her. I know it's because we got a church with Radigan here that we can tie them to Golden Order fundamentalism, but I really think this part right here is trying to tell us about madness. Elden Ring. That's the Elden Ring. What does this one say?
They're special grapes, please. Without one, I don't know.
All right, come on. Angel ahead.
They're special grapes, please.
Okay, so we need to... we need to give her the grape so we can get the other piece of dialogue. So Golden got corrupted by madness by way of... Yeah, so Brayer, that's what I'm trying to get at. That I think the Golden Order fundamentalists, like people like D, he talks about... We have to get his dialogue. We didn't get it in this playthrough, but he has, like... He says that, like, those who live in death should be exterminated to the very last. And, what's his name? Edgar says the same thing. He wants to exterminate the people, like the Misbegotten and stuff. So, this extermination rhetoric, which makes me think of like Nazi rhetoric. Like when I hear the word exterminate, like it's either you're exterminating insects, so the centipedes, or you're like, you know, when it's talked about like actual like people, that is madness. And it makes me think of Nazi rhetoric because what's his name? I think Hitler had syphilis, and that made him insane. So it really doesn't seem too far gone to combine the two there, that like when you are so overcome with madness, like the Golden Order fundamentalists, he says that thank you, sorry, he says that yeah, he does say at the Round Table Hold, when you become overcome with madness, you start getting this extermination type of language, and the Frenzy Flame ending is, you know, causing everything to be destroyed. So it shows that like this great loss of life and destruction, like that is the end goal for madness. Like madness is anti-life. These are growing in the town. We're not doing any analysis here. I'm trying to just find the letter that says, that's the woe of Shabriri. Oh, woe is me. Where is that letter? The merchant's letter. I don't know if do any of you know where it is? The letter that says like how to. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it is here. Whatever, I can't be bothered. We'll look at it another time. We got places to go. We have footage we need to get. Oh, the tower's still hitting us. I want to keep this tower up because it's something that Hyetta says that we need. That's also where you get the Howl of Shabriri. So this right here, that right there is the Howl. Like all of these people coming together, howling all together, creates that maddening eye. It may be a stretch, but starting as anti those who live in death and ending up as anti-life doesn't sound so difficult to believe. Well, yeah, that's true because oh, why'd your message get retracted? I thought that was a good message. Unless that was like unless that was the. It makes perfect sense when we think of what Roger says, and he says like they have every right to life. They've only just found a flaw within the order. So it is like the same thing. It is the same thing. We could see, and then when we meet the second D, he's very mad. Like he's a mad guy. Like he like after he kills Fia, he sounds like a raving lunatic. Like that's yeah, I think that's really the path we want to look here. That makes the most sense. So Frenzied Burst, this is what Vike casts. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the frenzied flame succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament of a meager victory, and I'm gonna get maddened right there. Ouch. The Howl creating Soren's Tower is also most intriguing. Yeah, it's them yelling together. It's, you know, it can think of it like, you know, to summon spirits, we have to resonate with the bell. When we go into the shamans, the ancestral follower shamans, how they are, they're singing to soothe the spirits and to do spirit tuning. Like, they are singing very melodically and they're in harmony with nature. Yeah, a choir. But to howl is not to have a choir. A howl is disorganized. It is not organized music. It's not melodic. It's not harmonious. A howl is a howl, unless it's like a dog. Maybe it's like relating to beasts because it's howl. Radon howls at the sky, and Scarlet Rot is a kind of inflicting madness on him a bit. Scarlet Rot is inflicting a bit of madness. Gosh, I love... You know, Elden Ring's world design, the level design of the open world doesn't get enough credit because, like, you can really get to everywhere very quickly without having to teleport. Because look at that. We want to get back to Hyetta quickly. And go in a different way. That's actually, Solari, that's so interesting you say Howl at the Moon, inflicted by lunacy. Because that's a different type of madness. Blythe also howls. It goes, yeah, Blythe. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so, okay, wait. I gotta... Howls. Yes. Okay, so howls we need to... I wrote... Sorry, I'm all over the place. I wrote in the script... I've been trying to write, like, the importance of howling and how that goes for madness. But I wasn't connecting it to the... to the other types of howls with the beasts, and that lunacy, howling at the moon, is a different type of madness. It is a different type of madness. So lunacy is a different type of madness. Oh, we have a very special guest. Hello, a tasty snack. Welcome to the Crucible.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Sonny. This is, to the audience, this is my very good friend, Sonny. Friends for almost a decade now.
That's right. Almost a decade.
What's going on with you?
They're special grapes, which only
Oh, I was coming in to see if you had talked about Bloodborne yet. I know this is a madness stream.
Oh,
and I
not
had
yet.
some
Well, a little
opinions
bit.
about Bloodborne.
Well, Bloodborne is like, that is the core of the madness. Like, it's everything, all of the madness in Elden Ring is really just the same madness of Bloodborne. But they don't know it. Like the, I'll give you an example. In my first, in Elden Ring, like the spiral is like a really crazy thing. Like that's the important thing in the DLC and stuff. And in my first video, I was like, oh, you know, if the spiral's all over the place. And in Bloodborne, the frenzy meter is literally like the icon is a spiral. So like the thing representing frenzy and madness within Bloodborne is something that's sacred within the world of Elden Ring. So we got sacred madness.
A fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a
I
wondrous
find it
thing.
really curious that in Elden Ring, the madness is considered sacred, and there is a lot of religious iconography in Bloodborne where that is implied as well, where we're talking about like the moon presence and the and there's a lot of religious parts to it where you like consumption of the blood is considered like a holy act in Bloodborne as well, and they both have games, Bloodborne and Elden Ring, have like overt references to like the cosmos and the moon. Now in Elden Ring, the cosmos is possibly a different force than the madness, but in Bloodborne they are one and the same. And I was curious what your thoughts were.
Well, you said the consuming the blood. That's actually, that makes, like, the consuming the blood and for the madness, because when, I was talking earlier about Yura, when he's hunting the bloody fingers, and he says that, you know, after they take the cess blood, that there's no kinship among their ilk's remains, their madness precludes it. So, the blood is again tied to madness within Elden Ring. So even the blood is maddening. For me, I think it's all the same blood. Like, it's the blood from Bloodborne is also the blood that's like, what do you call it? This, where's the finger blood? Like this guy, like you get the festering bloody fingers. It gets horns growing on them. In Bloodborne, you have those. You have the beast, the beast possessed souls, who can cast fire magic, and have horns. All of the beasts grow like the cleric beasts. They have antler-like horns that look like all of the other. The guys in what do you call it? Anir Lim. Those priests that summon the spirals. They have antlers that look just like the cleric beast antlers. And we would say those guys are clerics. And they're all about, like, they got, like, crucible blood. So, yeah, that's a really good one, too. That's a really good one. Okay, so consuming blood, madness. They put in chalices. In here, they do sap, which I guess is, like, tree blood. Tree blood and chalice versus alien blood and chalice. There's too many.
I think, and it goes without saying, and perhaps you've already said it and I missed it, but consumption of the grapes is very much the same as consumption of the eyes.
Yeah, we need more eyes on the inside.
Right.
That's I got to do that too. Grapes, eyes on the inside. No, that's...
Yep.
Well, that is the insight. Like, for us, like, you know, the tree is an alien. It's the same thing. Thank you, Solaria. For us, like, for you know, we're playing a video game, and we know it's a video game. But the characters in the video game don't know they're in a video game. But if they learned they were in a video game, like, that's their whole universe is a video game, and they're trying to learn the truth. So if they learned that the truth was that they were in a video game, like, I think that would make them mad. And that's where I'm trying to go with it. That they're consuming these eyes, they're trying to gain insight. For us, our insight is, like, into ourselves, like, we're trying to learn more about who we are. But for them, how can they learn more about who they are if they're just video game characters?
I think the insight into the nature of their universe, like what your character, what Jack is a Mimic is going through right now, they recognize that they are in the cycle, but the true knowledge of what the cycle is, like on a metatextual level, the cycle of the game would drive them mad. They might drive themselves mad before coming to that realization as well, but my thoughts on this are not super well formed yet.
Okay. Neither am I. I'm trying to form it as we go. But I do know it's maddening. I do, like, trying to explain the connectivity of madness within the games is a maddening effort. Because, like, you brought up, like, the consuming blood, and it's like, oh my god, now I got, how do you talk about all of that to someone who, you know, how do you make that concise and put together for someone who maybe only played Elden Ring?
I don't envy that task. I think the standard answer, right, is read Berserk, watch Game of Thrones, read A Song of Ice and Fire, and play the rest of the FromSoft games.
That is actually, that is the answer is, that's, I think that's part of Miyazaki's game design, is that he designs his stories in a way that compels you to play the other games. Because, like, he cares about you playing the video game, and if you want to know more about the video game that you first liked, well, play the other video games, and then in the end, you're just playing video games.
Right. I would argue that the Elden Ring story is a refinement of the ideas that were first sort of proto-conceptualized in Demon Souls.
Yep.
And then Dark Souls takes it the next step, then Bloodborne really of the series leans into this more cosmic madness cycle side. And Dark Souls 3 being very explicit about the cycle of rebirth in its mechanics and in it's not subtext in Dark Souls 3, it is text, I think.
Yeah.
Just text.
Yeah, it's just text. That's actually, oh my god, you know, you're just helping me so much, because I've been trying to find the words for these, and Elden Ring is a refinement, text for subtext. Yeah, these are the things I need.
So what is the subtext versus text argument when it comes to madness in Elden Ring, right? That is madness as a mechanic, frenzy as a mechanic, but I think it's shifted back a little more in the subtext direction. But I just wanted to bring up those connections because those are what keep me up is particularly the Bloodborne madness and the frenzy in Elden Ring.
Well, so the Bloodborne madness. So this one's really cool. I have the footage. When you do the Chalice dungeons, there's this one boss that is like church hunters, and that they like summon another guy in. But like, there's a point where one of the NPCs starts like baiting your player and like starts emoting at you in the fight like an actual player would. And I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but you know, at the end of Dark Souls 3, with that NPC invader by Gale in Gale's like boss arena, the woman with she has like the church guy, like the king on her staff thing.
Yeah, she's just chilling out like in the corner of the arena.
Yeah. All right,
no reason.
Can you see the?
There is a reason, but I don't know what the reason is.
Can you see the gameplay on the stream?
Yeah, but your stream is probably 30 seconds behind our
Okay, well, you'll see what happens. But she starts at a certain point in the fight, she starts spamming the block button at you. And starts doing, like, taunting.
Right.
Like this. And when that happened to me, when I was doing a replay, I was like, this is the game, like, taunting the player, like I don't know, I was reading it as like, this is like similar to the Bloodborne character where they're saying, yeah, this character knows something that's up.
And very back at the beginning of your stream, I did sort of seed this conversation by suggesting that your player character is not the only one that is aware of the cycle, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Other NPCs and invaders and actors in the world that are aware that there's a cycle going on, and Torrent is one of them, right? The question is, why does Torrent know to find you every time?
Yep, every time. Yeah, the Torrent, I think, is aware. The other character that I think is acutely aware is Radigan. And then Marika at some point, with Marika being... eventually we'll work into making this make sense for everybody, but her being kind of like the Maiden in Black, making her kind of like plain doll, making her Firekeeper, like tied to that continuity of characters. Like like the characters that know their previous versions of the other games, because like every single, like as you said, like Elden Ring as a refinement, everything in Elden Ring is just like everything that they did before. And some of that stuff like Farum Azula and Raya Lucaria, they have the statues from Castle Cainhurst all throughout them. Like in Castle Cainhurst, you find those statues all over the place that has like the queen holding the baby and the king with the scepter. Those are all in Raya Lucaria and Farum Azula. At the Church of Vows, there's one statue of the from Dark Souls 3 that you find all throughout Lothric. And then when we go to Shadow of the Erdtree, you literally get like Dark Eater Midir's boss room, and you get the Winter Lanterns in the Abyss. So part of that madness is like showing how orderly the games reflect on each other, and like kind of like, you know, we try to explain what's going on in these games, but you're just going to explain what's going on in the other game, and then you're stuck in that cycle.
Right. I think your chat has brought up some good points. That Chester from Dark Souls 1 DLC make hints to seeing past fourth wall. I think, yes, Chester, definitely. Radagon, Mikola, Ronnie, Melina, all fourth wall breakers as well.
Yeah, they look at the screen.
Yep.
Who else? There's Elizabeth kind of does. Well, she does time travel stuff, but she, like the mushroom, she might be a little fourth wall breaking.
I think Elizabeth's mushroom and the entire DLC, not counting Chester, is more of an internal cycle for Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
Than it is.
Well, for me, I recently replayed it, and I was like, you know what, like Ulasil just like feels like the painted world without any snow. Because, like, you have the Colosseum, where you fight Artorias, and in the Painted World, we have, like, the Colosseum is where you fight Priscilla. And why is the Colosseum being repeated in the Painted World or in Ulusil? And each of them too, in the Painted World, you have a mountain range. Like, you're stuck in the middle of this place that it's a mountain range. Just like at the Asylum, it's a mountain range around you. Just like in Ulusil, you look far in the distance, it's just like mountains. Like, there's no way to get to this place. It's Yarnum too. Yarnum is in a valley hamlet or whatever, and like in that around the valley is just a bunch of mountains. We don't in Elden Ring. You're like, well, you know, that doesn't happen until you get to the Halig tree, and you can see north of the Halig tree is just like a mountainous region. But that might be that's going into the Painted World theorizing, and that one's a little too deep for the madness.
Yeah.
This one though, I can't proceed without any more great runes. This we were talking before about runes and eyes. And this right here, like this symbol, this looks like an eye made out of runes. And reading is a prison. Once you can read, you can't unread.
So why do you need great runes to proceed through this?
Oh, so this one. So we need great runes to proceed. I think we need great runes to proceed because we need to go to the round table hold. Like, it's imperative for us to be influenced by the characters at the round table hold. Like, we are being gated from, like, we can't proceed until we play the game. We can't proceed until we have, like, great runes. Like, when I think great runes, I think, like, these are, like, the big great words. Like, you know, every single item in these games, each of them have, you know, item text attached to it. But these are kind of, like, frivolous. You know, they're you know, they're just kind of like little like extremities to the story and lore. What's really important is the story told through the great runes, because the great runes represent the major characters with names that you'll remember. So, like, to me, especially since this symbol looks like an eye made out of runes, made out of words, I see it as saying, like, you haven't experienced enough of the story to progress. Like, literally. You need more of the story to be able to continue to this part. You haven't played the game enough. Because that's literally what it does, and I think that's, like, figuratively what it's trying to say, too. Because otherwise, like, why would it say you need more great words?
Astute observation, although, does it look like an eye, or does it, to me, looks more like an eclipse?
I mean, an eclipse look like an eye too. We don't have in Dark Souls 1. I mean, we don't have them right now. The basilisks, who have like an Elden Ring, their eyes look like an eclipse, but in Dark Souls, their eyes are called eyes of death. And the eclipse is like an occlusion of vision. Like, you can't, you know, it's literally can't see. Got no light. All right, so I gotta go to the round table hold.
I think you gotta go to the round table hold.
No, I need great runes. I need great runes. I'm trying to do sequence breaking. I want to see what happens.
Are there any great runes you can get without being forced in the round table hold?
Well, I can get them, but I don't. I want to see if the title changes. I want to see. There are 2 of those signs that we need. One of them is for the Frenzy Flame prescription, like before you can go down underneath. It's the same sigil. And I need footage of that, and I wanted this footage. So we'll just do Godric real quick, and then I guess we can... The fastest would be Renala.
Does Godric... Entering Godric's arena force a round table hold transport, or only if you sit at the Grace?
I haven't sat at any Graces yet. I haven't met Melanie yet.
Okay. Yeah, in this room right here, I thought it forced you into
No, you can actually, if you get Melina to talk to you, you can refuse to go to the round table hold. So one of the things that that I've been trying to work on too is, you know, so we have Moog and Morgott. Moog has, like, you know, the Formless Mother. That's the Mother of Truth. And if Moog is truth, then Morgott to me would be like lies or illusions. Because when we fight this, Margit is a fake identity, but when we kill him, and I'll show this when it happens, he doesn't disappear like every other boss in the game. He disappears in, like, the golden dust. So I want to try and showcase how Margit or Morgott uses illusions as opposed to his brother, who uses truth to facilitate influence and control. I think also his omen horns are only on his tail. Like, he has horns on his head, but they're different colors. Ooh. Here, watch how he dies. That's a golden dust. That's very different than every other boss that dies. There's only... I think I watched every single enemy that dies. Only 3 bosses die like that. I should use Godric as an example when we go up to him.
Does that imply that this is a projection?
Yeah,
then?
that's what I'm thinking. Because we fight him again. We'll hit him back at Leyendell Castle, right south of Leyendell. The Moog in the sewers has the same thing. And Goldfrey, the Golden Godfrey, is also goes in that dust.
You there? Come off. You're tarnished.
Sewer Moog is an omen illusion, as OTS called. What, the original soundtrack calls him an omen illusion? Oh, that makes it so much. Why do I have to do all this theory crafting stuff if the game is just going to say what it is?
Try the opening right here.
It is called Omen Illusion. Oh my god.
Breach the castle undetected.
Okay, well, I guess I'll
Which
still
one is
write.
the illusion? Are they both illusions?
Which one?
Yeah.
But of course,
I can't believe that the soundtrack just calls him Omen Illusion. That defeated like the whole point of me trying to do all this stuff, because the soundtrack calls him Illusion. I was trying to do the proof of how we can tell that it's all illusions.
Titles in the soundtrack paratext, or are they text?
No, it's the title of the song is Omen Illusion.
Then that's about as hard confirmation as you can get.
It was I wanted to, because we talk about like the Erd tree and stuff being an illusion. We got the golden seed found at the base of an illusory tree. One of my YouTube colleagues, Scummage Infa, he's going to be releasing a video, I think like in the next week or so, talking about the location of... Oh goodness, we're getting crap beat out of us. Talking about the location of the Shadow Tree being like towards the northern point of the map. And to me, I don't fit it that way. I feel like it's in the center. That the Shadow Tree is right where the Erd Tree is. And the Erd Tree that's the golden illusion. Like, you don't see the truth. Morgott is the illusion guy. Moog is the truth guy. Morgott is protecting the illusory tree. You beat Moog in order to get to the true tree. And having a Moog that's an omen illusion, I feel like that kind of seals the deal for that writing. We're in flasks.
Where's the sun in the sky?
Well, so a thing that looks like the sun appears sometimes in Limgrave and sometimes in Altus. But I've been leaning towards that maybe that isn't the sun. Like, you know, in Dark Souls, like, the sun is fake after you beat Gwendolyn. But I took a picture, the full moon was on Wednesday, and I took a picture of the moon breaking through the clouds. And it looked like, I shared it in one of the Discord chats, and someone said, like, wow, that's a really pretty picture of the sun. And I was like, no, that's the moon. It just looks like the sun. So I'm kind of feeling like, you know, we have the two moons in the sky, and I gotta play around with this idea if it makes sense. That the two, like the full moon and the dark moon in the sky, those aren't real moons. They are just like close celestial objects, and that the sun that we actually see in Elden Ring might be the moon. And, you know, like actually be the moon, like that's really far away. I'll see if I could show you the moon, show you the sun, but I don't want to sit at a site of grace because I don't want to trigger Melina.
The reason I ask is, depending on where something, whether it's the sun or the moon, is casting its light, the shadow in the shadow of the Erd Tree would be in a different direction from the tree itself, right? The shadow of it would be north of the actual tree if the sun is in the south. So.
You can see the sun in the Land of Shadow, or what looks like to be the sun. So it's very hard. Like, I'm kind of, since the Erd Tree casts its own light, I feel like it also, since it casts its own light, it can also create its own shadows. But that's also an idea that I have to write it out and play with it to see if that makes sense. Though, if something casts its own light, can it create its own shadows?
It's worth looking into. Unrelated, Godric is a weird looking guy.
Nah, man, he looks really normal. So,
he's a weird looking.
Part of the thing that I'm trying to write for this video is about like how you can read Elden Ring, and like it's a joke that I put in one of my earlier videos, but how he literally he's trying to emulate Godfrey by wearing like having his symbols and stuff and having his coat of arms, but he also literally has a coat of arms.
That's like a Miyazaki, it's like a swamp obsession joke tier.
Yeah,
right
it is,
there.
isn't it? Like, oh, you know, like George R. R. Martin writes, yeah, to convince people of his legitimacy as a ruler, he wears the coat of arms of Godfrey. And then Miyazaki says, oh, that'd be really funny if we gave him a coat and it was made of arms.
It's the same reason that all the giants are not very strong in these games, as George R. R. Martin is a noted Giants fan, and when he was writing this, the Giants were really bad at it.
They look white dust.
Look at that.
Different. He's the real deal. He's also, speaking of George R. R. Martin, he is a bigger Jets fan. He likes the Giants, but he's a bigger Jets fan. And people were trying to figure out his writing schedule based, like, they noticed that, like, he would give updates based on how well the Jets were doing. And if the Jets do poorly, then they're like, oh, he's not going to be writing. And the Jets haven't been good for a very long time, so we know winter's never coming out. But speaking of Dark Souls stuff, this relief right here, this is from Dark Souls 3. Raya Lucaria has a ton of Dark Souls stuff in here. Let's see. I gotta pay attention to you all in chat. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at streaming.
I'm distracting you with my.
You're not distracting. This is a special moment.
Your chat is smarter than I am when it comes to the observation.
I tried to get Spooky to work in my Discord. Didn't work.
I will help you with that later, perhaps after this.
because I wanted Spooky to get the lore right, and if he could take all of the lore theorizing from the Discord, I think he'd crack the code. I feel like it's hidden in his bones. Cat on the right side of the screen is broken again. Let's fix it. I fixed it. Oh crap. I'm not trying to underestimate you all. It's not you, it's me. What I really need is the Moog illusion. It's gonna be so annoying to go through the sewers, but I want to try and get this all in one setting.
Do you need to get abducted by the abductor virgins here?
No, I don't need to. Not necessary for what I need. Someone, I don't know who, shared it. Jack is going to use ChatGPT to write future scripts? No, could never. I hate... God, I frickin'... You probably get it all the time. Like, every single frickin'... Every email I read is written in ChatGPT. I go to, like, every meeting where someone is reading from a frickin' slide deck. Like, the notes that they're reading are all ChatGPT. Like, I hear it in the way people speak now. And it's so frustrating.
Changed their cadence and their word choice to be like corpo slop, and it's extremely noticeable.
It's so infuriating. Like I'm over here trying to I'm like agonizing over like my word choices for a script because I want everything to like be perfect and make sense. And I've just too much in the real world and on YouTube of people just like regurgitating ChatGPT slop. It's painful.
ChatGPT is a mimic. It's the entropic crunch of Dark Souls 3 that manifests in our own reality.
It is a
where
mimic.
it is all turned into dust.
Yeah, I called it. I called it with my channel name for everyone else. White dust. That wolf was not an illusion. But what I was going to say, someone shared that the abductor virgin at the bottom of Ryo Lucaria, and there's one right over here, is like mirroring Renala, because you have, you know, the abductor virgin cradling like a baby at the bottom of Ryo Lucaria, and at the top of Ryo Lucaria you have, you know, you have Renala cradling the amber egg, doing a perfect parallel. And then when we look at her hat also kind of looks like a snake, even though it says it's in the shape of a crescent moon. Anything interesting? I don't have anything else interesting to say. Oh, does this have the statues? Can I show the statues here? I wanted to show you the Bloodborne statues. I don't think you could see it from this area.
I want to see some statues.
I think it's up in that tower. If we were up in that tower, I could show the statue. I go back down by the wolf. I'll go grab the statues after we fight Renala. But the Bloodborne statues, they're my favorite. Because you got those are the statues that you find with Queen Annalise, and then you know that Queen Annalise is a descendant of Queen Yharnam, and so is Maria a descendant of Queen Yharnam, and Maria is copied by the plain doll, and our doll is tied to use the doll to get into the painted world. Ronnie is the character in the story trailer who says, "Hey, come play this video game, be the Elden Lord." And her ending is the main ending. So the connection between the doll in Bloodborne to Ronnie as the doll, that's one of my favorites. That's like my favorite Miyazaki gag. Oh, and the Fool's Idol from Demon's Soul, that the doll is the Fool's Idol.
I think it's implying that the characters that want to break the cycle want to do it in a cosmic, right? Like, same basic premise in Bloodborne here. Does that imply that Maria was aware of the cycle?
Would
I would
she
say
be
no.
aware? I don't know. I don't know if anyone in Bloodborne would be aware of the cycle except for the plain doll. Because she, if you do the Yarnum Sunrise ending, she will pray to your grave, and the grave will be there in continuous cycles. So I only think the doll and then the moon are aware of the cycles.
So Maria is deliberately trapped herself inside of the world in Bloodborne, right?
What was that?
Maria has trapped herself inside the dream world on purpose in Bloodborne. Okay,
Yeah.
The Hunter's Dream.
Yeah, Maria's in the Hunter's Nightmare in the Clock Tower.
Hunter's Nightmare, yeah.
But she's also dead. But I don't know. I haven't thought about like where, she's like it's implied that she committed suicide, but I don't know if she committed suicide in the real world, so her body could protect the truth in the nightmare.
Something like that.
Because when you kill Mikolash, she says, "No, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna forget everything."
Upon my name as Rani the Witch.
And
Yeah,
Maria's
Mikolash is a
sleeping
very
too.
similar. Mikolash and Maria have a very similar
Be disturbed by thee,
expression of their belief.
foul trespasser.
And the thing that Maria is
Send word far and wide.
hide, or perhaps her true mind is the sin.
The Cosm.
Of the last queen of Caria.
You know, I was thinking. So I was reading. The King in Yellow, because I wanted to, I was trying to get the history of cosmic horror, and I feel like a lot of cosmic horror has kind of strayed away from what it's supposed to be, which I think it's supposed to be like microcosmic horror, and most of it is just like now it's just like whatever creepy space monster you can make. And I don't think any or most modern renditions of it do it justice, except for like actively trying to figure out the lore and story of Miyazaki's games. I think that is true cosmic horror. Also, that's our moon. Yeah, like that's the madness. Like trying to figure out these games. That's the madness inducing thing. And that's like in Bloodborne, that's what they're trying to do. Like Bergenworth and all those guys, they're essentially like lore heads, but they're trying to do real world lore for them. They're trying to figure out Miyazaki's games, and it drives them insane. Yeah. Yo, that's actually, I gotta use that one. That's a great parallel. They were punished greatly for it. Punished for trying to figure out the games.
In the cosmic horror literature, right, the implication is that the reality is truly unknowable with the capital. It is not. That is the core nugget of it. By attempting to understand it, you drive to madness. Apparently, your chat is saying that the audio is off.
Uh-oh, the audio's off?
The audio is off.
Uh-oh.
They cannot hear me.
I gotta
Beautiful, wonderful insight.
reset capture. Okay, how about now? Say words.
I'm saying words.
Okay, fixed it.
They missed all of my deep insight.
Yeah, what happened? Like my
Jim's
my computer like freezes sometimes. Cannot receive without more great runes. I have two. So is it? It's not the great runes. This is lying. This is lying.
How many great runes you have?
I have two.
No.
Do you need to? Do you need the benediction of them to actually for it to? Oh yeah, I know I have to talk to Enya, but I want to. I wanted it to change. Okay, how do I get Melina? Can I get Melina over here? I think I need to sit at 3. Let's see. I don't know if you can trigger Melina in Altus.
I think you can go get Moog, right? You can get Moog early.
Yeah, I can fight everyone except Morgott without the round table hold. Morgott and Melania. Oh, here's the second, here's the other illusion. So this guy right here. So he uses Erdtree magic, ancient Erdtree magic, to summon, to turn that commoner into Margit. And his golden weapons that he summons are all, I would say, like, he's using illusions. I mentioned, I don't know if you heard me before when I was talking about Bloodborne, HP in Bloodborne is not health points, but a hunter's will to live. And, like, I feel like that's being replicated in what, like, Morgott does with his illusions, where you're getting hit by them and you don't actually know you're not getting hit by anything. Like, the illusion is so strong that, like, you feel it in your body. There's, I've been playing Deracine, which is Miyazaki's VR game. And at the very beginning, there's a book that says that, like, ailments of the psyche afflict the body. So it's, like, pretty straight up saying that if you're going mad or if you believe something is hurting you, then it is going to hurt you. Illusions are physical things, they're holograms. Yeah, this is the this is the holodeck. And now golden dust.
It's hitting you for blood. You're taking that blood, not him.
I was just fighting a commoner the whole time. You fool. Okay, let's get Melina. How can we trigger Melina at Aghill Lake South? Let's get a different location. Oh, there we go.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord. Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid to the tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless. I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erdtree. Settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength. Ah, another matter. Torrent has chosen you. treat him with respect. Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
All right, I was sharing my thoughts, my feelings, and my ambitions, not with my finger maiden Melina, but with my finger maiden, a tasty snack, Sunny.
Yep. That's right.
All right, now that we have her accord, can I gotta see if Ronnie shows up too. That's not where I wanted to be. I'm in the Stranded Grave. I also got to get Melina to tell me to bring to the round table. Who's a cutie? Melina? No, wait, not Mikola? I'm having a hard time following what you're all saying. So are the NPCs... Yo Farah says, so are the NPCs from the DLC's Illusions too? They leave golden plus dust behind when you hit them. I think that the NPCs in the DLC are... Like, I lean towards their puppets. Like, they're literally, like, because they don't exist in the story until the DLC, yet they act like they've been there the whole time. Which is, like, was suspicious to me. And then once you beat Mikola, they all just, like, slump down. Like, they don't do the puppet pose, but they all do, like, you know... They're dead no matter what, even if they didn't die. Let's see, do I have to teleport here? I hope I didn't miss Ronnie, but it's okay if we did. But yeah, I think the characters in the DLC are puppety type of people. Maybe I missed out on Ronnie.
Forgive me.
Sequence breaking is challenging.
Testing you.
It is, yeah, it is. But I just wanted to see if I could... I have the footage already, but I wanted to showcase... I'm writing... Like, so when I write about these games, I like to write based on the order that a player would typically experience something that happens. Like, I don't like starting with, like, the things that we know at the end. I like showcasing how the game presents the information, because then I think that helps showcase what, like, what the story is trying to, like, tell you, like, through the gameplay, like, how you experienced it. But I wanted to do the sequence breaking because I was writing about the Madness questline, but I was writing about the Madness questline and skipping over the other stuff. Like, you know, we're just trying to do the Madness thing, but like, oh wait, we never went to the Round Table Hold, so we can't get into Landell. Oh wait, you know, we didn't kill Morgoth, so we can't go down to the Frenzy Flame, and then being able to talk about those other things. Yeah, I missed her, because the Lone Wolf Asters are there. So just like stuff like that, which I think is, I think that's fun, because it keeps the like it keeps you on your toes for like YouTube. You have to maintain engagement, and I don't want to maintain engagement through like tricky editing things. Like I want engagement to be dictated by the story being told, and the story being told is done by like the writing.
Once before have I seen two.
So if like if you're aware of like how the Elden Ring quest is supposed to be, and then we go back and forth and we start going in different directions, I feel like that's like a fun way to do things.
I think it is a fun way to do things. I think in the, the first playthrough, I got the impression that both Ronnie and Melina are deceiving me, and I don't know if that is
you're right.
supposed to be the first impression from them, but they feel deceptive.
Well, Ronnie gives you a false name when you first meet her. Maybe she gives you the right name. She says her name's Rena.
Yeah.
And then if you lie to her, like she says, "Can you?" This is what I want to show in this, but I already have it. If you lie to her about having torrent, she says like, "Hey, I know you're lying. Just like, did you forget his name?" And then if you lie again, she's like, "Ah, that's wise. The lands between is home to liars and cheats aplenty." Like to me, she is saying, "I'm lying to you, and now you know I'm gonna lie to you. So pay attention to my lies. I'm not going to tell you what the lies are, but you will know that I'm a liar." Melina, I don't think she's lying. Because she has amnesia. Which I think is a protective measure for her to not reveal the truth about things. Like, she can't know. Like, all she can know is she has to get to the Erd Tree. Because the Erd Tree is made out of memory. So she needs to go there, so she needs to know what she has to do. But before then, she can't know. Because if she can't know, she can't lie. So it's like two sides of the same coin, I guess.
Yeah. Unintentional versus intentional misdirection.
Yes.
So is the trigger for opening this seal going to the round table hold, or is it just having
it's talking to Enya after having two great runes.
Okay.
So there was an interview with Miyazaki where he talks about the mystery of the round table hold, or like, and he said that it's tied to the two fingers. And one of the things that I want to showcase is how the two fingers in the round table hold, let's get Melina so she could say goodbye to us, is how like the two fingers of the round table hold are not, real two fingers, and the round table hold that we're going to is just like exists in a memory that is made from the illusion of the Erd Tree. So like everything in the round table hold is like things that we can't really trust. Just like the layers and layers of like deception at play to like make sure you don't know the story at all. Like part of the story is your character, you and your character not knowing what you're doing or why you're doing it. And then you do it anyway.
In realizing your ambition.
Right. They did that all the way back in Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, it's the same thing in Dark Souls. They did it in Demon Souls too. The Monumental is like, go kill the old one or whatever. Go kill the demons, and then you'll be an awesome hero. And then after you do that, it's like the ending cutscene is like, you are now a Monumental, and you have to meditate for the rest of your life, keeping the fabric of reality together. And it's like, that also seems metatextual. Now you're a monument. Now you have to meditate about Demon Souls' story forever if you want to understand what happened. I think my goal for this video is to just say that Miyazaki is an asshole. And
he is, though.
And not just like because of the gameplay, but also just like doing lore and story stuff. Like he's just an asshole. He's just a devious asshole. And you keep coming back.
Get the Duskbloods?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna buy a Switch too, just because I have to. I just hope, my big concern for it is I hope that like the story is told through interesting gameplay. Like Night Rain, for example, the story is not told in an interesting way.
Did you ever find any story in Night Rain worth telling?
Yeah, Night Rain is like a cheat code for like Elden Ring's story. Like I really like Wilder and Duchess's storyline because it shows like how madness, guys. It shows how time loops kind of work in the game and like how they create a time paradox. But like just how the story is presented is boring. Like you fight the boss and then you get a journal entry. And I really like I know it's a big complaint for people for like Miyazaki's games that like how the story is told, like you have to read item descriptions, but I think the way he does it is actually really fun and engaging when you read the item descriptions when you get them and you think about where you got them and what they're trying to say in a particular environment. I think that's really fun and engaging. So I wanted to see if Duskbloods is just a refinement of mechanical gameplay or if there's any more refinement to how he tells stories because, you know, he hasn't really changed the methodology since Demon Souls. Like it's the story hunting is like the same thing for the past, 15 years or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's also I want to make a video too that shows how you can play the story. You know, like what is how you can get value and joy out of like doing the hunting while you play the game instead of like looking on a wiki or watching a YouTube video. I think we're going the right way. This is not the right way. This is interesting storytelling that we have Wraith Callers and Royal Revenants who are, if I was to use Blessing of the Erd Tree on this guy, it does damage to him. And these guys are in the sewers of Landel. Like, these guys who are physically, like, repulsed by the power of the Erd Tree are, like, existing in their sewage system. So, like, what is that trying to say of who they are and why are they there and what goals do they have for being there? You know, how does where they appear in other places inform us to why they're with the omen in the sewers and things of that nature? And I think, like, that is, like, what, like, makes it really fun and exciting. But it also, like, it's not easy to translate.
I read it mostly as a indictment of, like, a class system when I first played through this. I mean, the name of the place is Shunning Grounds, right? They've been forced into this idea that they are the ones who have shunned the light of the Erd Tree is something I didn't think. So I thought they were shunned into the sewers.
Well, yeah, like, they might have been, but I don't, like, for these guys, I don't think people would, like, if they knew, like this gives me, so, like, these guys, the Wraith Callers and the Royal Revenants, they appear, so our first time we meet Wraith Callers at Laskier Ruins, and then they summon a Royal, I think they summon a Royal Revenant here, then a Royal Revenant is summoned at the King's Realm Ruins in front of Caria Manor. Then our next introduction to them is, I guess if you do all of Ronnie's quest, then you find them again at the Lunar, like the Moonlight Altar. So these guys are getting really heavily associated with, you know, the moon and glintstone stuff. Then when you come up to Altus, you find them at the Shaded Castle, which has, like, that's associated with, like, Mikola and Melania. And I guess this is the next time we find them, is in the sewers. And they are weak to, you know, the Erd Tree incantations. So you have these, like, it gives me, like, they are, like, hiding in the sewers, perhaps, like, to, you know, maybe do some, like, political working, like, trying to, like, they're working underground the city. Maybe they control the city in some way. Their influence is still within the city. The next time we'll find them after the sewers is in the Halig Tree. Is where we'll find Royal Revenants. Maybe they're here because they got the Wraith Calling Bell. That's what the Omen Bears do. Like, the Omen have Wraiths on them. So maybe they're here to, like, collect wrathful spirits or something, you know? And I feel like that's really the strength of Miyazaki's, like, storytelling. And how the game design, like, facilitates it. And I want to be able to, like, showcase that part of the game. Because that's where I think, like, that's where I think his strength truly lies. And I want to see if Duskbloods is going to, like, if Duskbloods can, like, add to that, or if it's just going to be, like, a refinement of mechanical, like, button pressing. And not, like, this stuff.
Is Miyazaki the game director for Duskbloods?
Yeah, he is.
Or is he a creative producer? Oh, he's a director? Okay. So, that increases my hopes. But it is on the Switch.
Yeah.
So, let's temper those expectations.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I want to get it, but I'm not going to get it until I see, like, how is the story presented. Because all of the gameplay that's going to be in Duskbloods is going to appear on some game that's going to come out on PC and PlayStation in the future.
Possibly. Well, I don't know if the relationship between From Software and Sony is in a good spot for that.
Well, I just mean, like, in the future, like, whatever next game is, that's going to be cross-platform.
Right.
Like, whatever happens in Duskbloods, all the good stuff that happens in Duskbloods is going to happen in is going to be in a future game. Hey, this one's crazy. The sewers is just so wild for lore and information. We gotta get rid of this Omen dude. And I don't think, like, here's me on my soapbox. I don't think I've seen any posts or videos or whatever doing a deep dive on the sewers, but we get this woman, and she... Oh, crap. Was it not here? No, I'm speaking the wrong spot. I gotta find... There's shadow bait somewhere. I think it's on one of the... Goodness. I'm talking shit, and I can't even find the item I'm talking about. You can find shadow bait in this area that makes it look like Grace. Like, it looks like a little mimic Grace, but it lures the enemies after them. I don't know. The sewers is crazy, but I don't know where all the items are because it's a freaking maze.
Down by the giant lobster.
Maybe it's by the lobster. Also, like, who built this? Like, what type of sewer is this with a spiral staircase? What madman is building this stuff? There's that spiral.
Yep. I feel like the, you know, not to break the metatextual, but this is a reference to the giant spiral staircase sewers in Japan, the flood control ones.
Oh.
They have type ones. But that's what this area has always reminded me of.
I've never seen those.
Like the Tokyo flood control sewers.
That would be interesting. But that would be interesting if it is flood control, because, like, maybe it's like for an irrigation system for the tree.
Yeah, Lindell is on a plateau, right? And the depth of the sewers makes sense in that physical arrangement for something like flood control, but I don't know how much is reading into it versus how much isn't.
No, I think he's very deliberate in the stuff that he does like that. Like, I don't know, it makes sense to me. There's a bunch of bodies in the sewers, and the tree needs bodies. There's also catacombs in here too. Omen Baron, but here's a cool one. This one This one I don't know how to make heads or tails of yet, so I need the chat's help on this. So we have the Omen, who has all the horns, so he's a regal Omen. He gives us the Omen Baron. But then we find this little grave site, and on the grave site, on our grave site is golden centipedes, 2 golden centipedes. So twin golden centipedes at a grave. And doing like the centipede meaning madness thing.
The centipedes being a representation of a corruption of immortality from Sekiro and from Buddhism comes to mind.
Yeah,
Good
oh
for
yeah,
this,
yep.
right?
But the centipede's older than Sekiro stuff. They had centipede the centipede first shows up in Dark Souls with Centipede Demon, who they reintegrated into Night Rain to show you how important he is. But they also have like the idea of like insects being corrupting. That's still in Demon Souls too. I just found this recently. The what's his name? Bjor of the Twin Fang. He calls the fat officials like vile insects, and
yeah,
I feel like that just like goes to like the deliberateness of showing like insects as being corrupting forces throughout all the works is very consistent.
Hey Jack, this has been very fun. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for
But
being here.
I am hogging all the oxygen from your chat.
Okay, you're right. I just was so happy that you were here.
I'm happy to join. Thank
All right.
you. Thank you, chat. We will good hunting, everybody.
Bye, Sonny.
Bye-bye.
All right. Sorry, that was my good friend Sonny. And it was just happy to have him chat. Now I gotta find Moog stuff. Oh crap, was I supposed to fall down here? Oh good, okay. We're almost to, I think, getting everything I need. We're almost to getting everything I think I need. Yes, here we go. Okay, I went the right direction. So, I was talking before. You have the jars guarding. I can't do this analysis right now. How long have I been going? Because I'm getting my brain fried. Oh my god, 4 hours. We're almost there. We're still overcoming the madness. Here, did I miss anything in the chat? Let me go through the chat so I could see what y'all said. I'm sorry for missing. You know I'm not very good at doing this stuff. I'm too into hearing my own voice. Goodness gracious. It's the Solaria with it's the completed wheel. Yes, that's a good one. Okay, 2 centipedes. The 2 half marks of the centipede. Oh, could the grave, that grave could be representing Ronnie and Godwin. Oh my goodness, that's perfect. Yeah, the 2 centipedes complete the wheel. So it could be a grave for Ronnie and Godwin. We have, and in the sewers, we have the basilisks, and we have the basilisks, and we have the finger creepers that could tie to Ronnie, but the finger creepers are guarding Dung Eater, who has a sun medallion. Oh my god. I don't know if I could. I have to think about that. That one's good. That one's crazy. That's a really good one. That's going to get me rating. Yeah, but the first part, I'm trying to keep it. I want it to be sub 2 hours. I really want this video to be sub 2 hours, but it might go all over the place. It might go all over the place. Is this? Do not trust Nar before Nar left. Do not trust the centipede named Shabriri. That's so perfect. I mean, that's how I feel about it. The Omen is Moog mourning for Godwin. He seems to have cared for him. I'm pretty sure he's who introduced Moog to the ancient dynasty, probably because Godwin. Well, we would have to be able to see if Godwin and Moog and Morgott actually had a relationship. I don't know if Godwin would know about his brothers. I don't know if he would know about them. All right, Omen illusion. So he comes into like this dust, but it's his death that matters the most. He also doesn't talk, which is not... Margit can talk, but that's because he is Morgott. But he doesn't have Godfrey's illusion talk, and he doesn't have Moog's illusion talk. It also seems to me that since Moog is like the illusion of Moog is down here, and it is telling me that Moog may have like held audience here once his shackles were broken. Who taught Morgott to use the spear? Well, it's an illusion. Oh wait, Morgott or Moog to use the spear? One moment. After I kill him, I'll look what you're all saying. I don't want him to be in the frickin'... I don't want to ruin the footage that way. Okay. Yeah, golden dust. He does the Mikola, like, he puts his hand up, but he disappears in the golden dust. So that's the third illusion so far. Omen plus Centipede connection, Elden Ring is interesting. So, Parlam, what did you say? I forget they both use spears for Godwin's goal. Oh, you know what? That's a good point, too. Who taught Morgott to use the spear? Are they using spears because of Godwin's lightning spear? That makes a lot of sense. Parlam. In Dark Souls, I connect centipedes to the abyss. Since Izalith connected herself to an archtree and a chaos demon have draconic features, which are abyssal, like in Ring Knight's armor. Yeah, you could... Well, so you could even find... Because in Lost Izalith, chaos sorcery... Or chaos... not sorcery. Chaos... What do you call it? Oh, I couldn't shut up here right now. A Cathedral of the Forsaken. Yeah, so this must be where Moog was evangelizing to people. And this is probably where he met the Formless Mother. And the Formless Mother may have been... He's evoking America, but the Formless Mother may have appeared to him because of what's hidden behind here. It could be Shabriri doing around. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Chaos in... Chaos Ascension in Dark Souls scales on humanity. And then the Profane Flame in Dark Souls 3, which is kind of like Chaos Flame. That's also a human flame. So here, look at this. Sealed by Morgott the Grace-Given. So Morgott's magic is the same magic that is sealing Leyndell, which is supposed to be like the two fingers. What's crazy about this is like Morgott is we have his remembrances. Though born of the graceless Omen, Morgott took it upon himself to become the Erdtree's protector. He loved not in return, for he was never loved, but nevertheless love it he did. So he, like, Morgott appears as if he's using he's using like ancient Erdtree magic. He used the ancient Erdtree symbol appeared when he turned that illusion on the commoner. But when you come down here, he's using this sigil. Like Morgott the Grace-Given is sealing this with, this is the symbol for the two-finger faithful. So Like, and it's an illusion that's guarding the way. Back to the, even around the Ice-Run Hatchet, there's an implicit connection with Godwin because the tableau is specific to Godwin being dead. The hatches in the chest equals casket and Ronnie's. You're going to have to explain that one to me. Body's in front of it, but also referencing Daenerys because there's a reference to the funeral. Khal Drogo. Khal goes into a coma like Godwin does. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think of... Yeah, Godwin could do Khal Drogo because of the coma. Yeah, there are blood roses there. I did remember there's blood roses there. But this is what I needed to get images of this. I really need to get an image of this because this, like, Morgott is, if Moog is truth, if Moog is truth and Morgott is illusions or lies or falseness, then him having this sigil, like his magic being tied to this script, to this types of runes, means that, like, he's loving the Erd Tree, but the magic or the grace that he had might not be from the Erd Tree. Like, he's the grace given, but it might not be grace of the Erd Tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, these sites of lost grace and these guidance of grace, is it actually the grace of the Erd Tree? Like, is our memory of grace from the Erd Tree? Memory of first grace? That's kind of like where I'm trying to get at. Like, I feel like there is a I don't know if it shows that ally with the two fingers, because how would he have a relationship with the two fingers? How could he have that relationship? When he becomes the Veiled Monarch? But he also has he's the Veiled Monarch too. He's also evoking the Veil. He's evoking, as being the Veiled Monarch, he's invoking Marika's mischief in the Mimic's Veil. I just don't think... I don't think that the... Like, I don't think that the grace that we're experiencing or that we're seeing is the grace of the Erd Tree. Melina says it's the grace of the Erd Tree, but Melina could be wrong, you know? Melina doesn't know what she's talking about. She has amnesia. She's like, I've heard or something. I don't remember what the dialogue is that she says. And I don't have any other runes to showcase this. I gotta lower this light. Go on the official Elden Ring site. There's a different version of the story, Ronnie. What do you mean by that? There's a different version of the story. Artificial Pixel says, is Marika the Formless Mother? The reason I ask is I'm not sure if it's two souls fighting for one body or two bodies occupied by one soul. It's two souls fighting for one body. Someone is formless. Oh, you know, could we say, well, so formless, when I think formless, I think liquid. And it's the blood, it's Moog's blood that he, like, how he becomes infatuated with the Formless Mother. Oh, a flock of unknown assassins. That's giving birds. Yeah, see that one too. The god we've talked about no matter. We've talked about in the Mimic commentary the golden lineage being decimated. Okay, we gotta get Morg out. We gotta do the madness. My eyes are getting tired. My eyes are getting so tired. I'm learning my limits. I'm learning my limits. We have to get to... Oh my goodness. I think the Formless Mother is Saint Trina, who is now bleeding putrescence from the eye that we find her. I can't even... That's too much for me. That's too much for me. Let's bring in a yapper. Let's bring our official Polish correspondent into the Crucible again to get to get some insight. All right, welcome back to the Crucible. Noj Kato. Noj Kato. This is a rune arc.
Hi.
Hey, welcome back to the Crucible. What's anyone any insights in the past 3 hours since we spoke?
Well, except that the I wanted to talk about the centipede and the relation to Sekiro.
Oh, perfect.
Because I think in Sekiro, the centipede is a symbol of a fake enlightenment and a fake kind of immortality.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Opposed to the real immortality that is in Buddha.
That's a good
In
that's a
the
good point. That
Divine
like
Child?
the false enlightenment that really helps with the thing I was saying about like the centipede like manipulating Golden Order fundamentalists.
Mm-hmm.
That is a false enlightenment. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, great point. I gotta write that down.
Yeah, I think that's the main point of the Golden Order fundamentalists, that there is something wrong about them. They misinterpret something.
That's what
Either
we
way.
don't have that item on this character, but that's what Goldmask. That's the conclusion he comes to with order healing. He does. Oh, that's their ancient Erd Tree sigil summoning Godfrey, same as the Morgott thing. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, the monks having false enlightenment, because that is what I was trying to get at. That like the centipede is what's corrupting the Golden Order fundamentalists.
Yeah, and at the same time, I cannot stop thinking about the eclipse, because it is related. It is in front of your face.
Well, we'll get
the centipede is related to the curse mark of the dead, and the curse mark is related to the eclipse by the visual sign.
when you make Fia's rune.
Yeah. So this is a very long theory.
Okay,
but
give it to me.
I think that somehow the stories in Miyazaki games live inside of Eclipse universe.
What do you mean by
In
that?
this, I mean by that there is some kind of liminal space between life and death, where people rise from the graves, where nobody can die entirely, where spirits appear, and the eclipse is symbolized by a dragon eating the sun.
The eclipse is symbolized as a dragon eating the sun. Where are you getting that symbolism?
Yeah. This is some
Just like-
kind of
just like ancient symbolism?
alchemical symbolism, some kind of esoteric symbolism. I think, like the eclipse is happens when in astrology there are kind of two nodes, the two lunar nodes that are like fake planets, which are the points where the eclipse would happen if it is in conjunction with sun or a moon. And they are called the head of a dragon and the tail of the dragon. And in the Indian astrology, there is Rahu and Ketu. And Rahu wants to eat everything. He wants to gain things. and Ketu want to. It's the because Rahu is the head, and the Ketu is the lower part, and it's like
Are they connected?
it makes disappear. It makes things to disappear.
Solarius says that eclipses are dragons eating the sun in Chinese mythology. Very old, 3,000 years. They start. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. So, by the way, Rahu and Ketu, if you use a little bit of elbow grease, sounds a bit like Trump and Cat.
Well, they eventually they do create the eclipse.
Yeah.
I mean, if we think Dark Souls, in Dark Souls,
and the eclipse is the dark sign.
yeah, like the dark sign doesn't occur without the primordial serpents manipulating Ulasil and manipulating Gwyn and things like that.
Who rules down Orlando? Gwendolyn.
Yeah, but the
who is
snake legs.
called the Dark Sun. In Japanese, it's Kami Sun. It's like the shadow of the sun.
Last of all kings.
The shadow.
So he could be called the Eclipse Gwendolyn.
Yeah, he has a. I think Justice Blade has shared that too. That he is an eclipse.
So there is a lot of eclipse here. Like the dragons appear, the people rise from the grave, and it's like all is inside. The
Well,
breaking
I would
of
argue
the
that, like you said, that everything is
going
happening
out of the
inside an
eclipse.
eclipse. Is that what you said? It's happening inside an eclipse.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. That was my first Black Swordsman video. Was like the eclipse was more than just the sun coming in front of the moon. And now it's Shadow of the Erd Tree. I do think that the game is in an eclipse right now because the Land of Shadow is separated. Like part of the world is eclipsed.
Yeah.
So I agree. I also the world being in the eclipse. I'm trying to figure out a way to like communicate this properly, but like
Go to. By the way, Bloodborne. What is the blood moon? This is
that's
the
a lunar
moon.
eclipse. Yeah, it's a lunar eclipse.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's all But what I want to try and get is that like the eclipse that we see at the end of Dark Souls 3 is also kind of like a legitimate way for people to see into the past.
Yeah.
Because
But at the same time, it is a crucible.
how do you
It
put
is
that together?
literally crucible. It's a crucible turned horizontal, and the metal is going out of it.
You mean like literally it looks like a crucible.
Yes, yes. The crucible is spilling its contents.
The crucible spilling its contents. Okay, I could work with that. That could be something really cool. Sorry, I'm just waiting for Morgoth to bite the dust so we could see that he doesn't disappear in what do you call it? God, he's got so cool flips. He must have learned from his mother how to fight. Oh, you know what? I didn't even know. Look at that. That's a perfect parallel for Melina as Marika. Because look, they both have flaming swords. And they're both curved. She has the curved dagger and he has the curved sword. So interesting. There you go, the white dust.
I have a little bit of latency here, so I still see you
That
fighting.
sword stuff was so interesting. The crucible spilling its contents was happening to the Fell God. The sun was drained by eclipsing the Fell God and the Fire Giant, spilling out the fire just like in the sun. Oh, Forsaken. Oh, goodness.
There is too much of it.
Hi, Zephyr Shadow. I know. I mean, I can't do a, like, for me, I can't theorize on a live stream. It's, like, too much for me. I could barely do it on, at least when I play. If you just, like, get me sit down and talk, I'll just, like, go off.
Okay, can we have another topic?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
So, another topic is Mamoru Oshii's movies, anime. His Angel Egg and Ghost in the Shell.
Yes, I know both of them are relevant, but I haven't seen either.
Yeah, I think you should. And Ghost in the Shell. Rani quotes directly the main hero of the Ghost in the Shell, the main character, in the end when she proclaims her order.
Oh, really?
Directly. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
When she says about how, I don't remember it. Let me see.
Oh, wait, someone
Rani.
said Forsaken. Morgan is now a Forsaken Hollow. Oh, Parlam, that's really good.
And then...
Yeah, he is a Forsaken Hollow. Oh, okay. Morgot. Let me go Forsaken Hollow. That's a good one.
When Rani says, "Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond, into fear, doubt, and loneliness."
That's because Ronnie is a Ghost in the Shell.
This part is direct quote from Ghost in the Shell.
Okay.
When Matoko is asked, she is going, she has a day off, and she's going swimming. She's going to dive, scuba diving. And she's going with her partner, and after she came back, she's asked, "Why are you doing that? What are you feeling when you are diving?" And she says, "Fear, doubt, loneliness, and a bit of hope."
Oh, that is so interesting that hope is hope was omitted.
Yeah.
But hope is still there. If you know the reference, you know, oh, that's so perfect. You know that there is hope.
Yeah. What is the Dark Souls 3 ending?
Oh, well, for me,
The darkness ending.
oh, the tiny embers will dance across the.
Yeah, there is hope.
Well, that one, I think that I think the canon ending for Dark Souls 3 is killing the Firekeeper.
No, for me this is the cycle will reiterate again from the beginning, from the scratch, from the little embers.
Yeah, but then you'll just get the same thing again. If you got to kill the Firekeeper so she can be reborn.
Because this is life, you know. This
No,
is life.
you gotta kill the Firekeeper so she can be reborn into Bloodborne, and then eventually into Dark Souls 3. I mean, into Elden Ring. We'll get to it. I'll convince you. But that's awesome. That hope is omitted, but we know hope is there, so hope is hidden. There's hidden hope.
Yeah.
Hidden hope. Oh, Ronnie's ending has hidden hope. Oh, I gotta watch Ghost in the Shell. You're right. I gotta watch it.
By the way, Ghost in the Shell, I don't know. Do you mind spoilers?
Do I mind spoilers? Let's save the spoilers because I want to watch the movie now.
Okay. Okay, so no spoilers.
No spoilers. Do I want to? I'm gonna save the. No, I need to talk to Melanie here because we're gonna lose her.
But at the same time, please watch Angel's Egg, because this movie rhymes with the Ghost in the Shell.
Which one should I watch first?
visually rhymes with it.
The text overtakes. Which one should I watch first?
Angel's Egg. And remember that this is it's very surreal. It's very dreamy. It's about the silence of God and about crisis of Christianity of the director.
Perfect. Okay, so I gotta watch Angel's Egg.
And then
Ghost in the Shell.
See Ghost in the Shell, and please notice the shots of water in the both of the movies, and the silence. There is like there is
Wait,
a lot
so
of
notice.
questions
Wait.
about
You
who
said
am I,
notice
and there
water.
are no answers.
Notice water.
Excuse me?
You said notice the shots
Yeah.
of water.
Yeah,
And what else?
and the motive of silence.
Multiple silence.
Motive.
Oh, motive
The
of
theme
silence.
of silence. Yeah.
Oh, like in the
of
filmography. Like,
course,
why is there silence in the scene?
The movie, the Ghost in the Shell, is about puppets. and
Okay, that's perfect.
puppeteers.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta watch this. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, but now I have to kick you out because I need to do a sound thing.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that though. We're almost to the end.
Okay,
We're almost to the end,
thank you.
everybody. Thank
See
you.
you.
Okay, I gotta put the headphones on. I gotta put the headphones on so I can hear this. Okay, one moment. I gotta make sure audio levels are good, because if you have headphones, I'd recommend putting on your headphones. Let's go to... okay. Can y'all still hear me? Motive of silence. Okay, if you have headphones, I want you to listen very carefully. There's gonna be... Here, let me turn off. You hear that? There's clicking sound. Over here. Now it's over here. Now it's over here. Now it's over here. Over here. Did you hear that? It was someone going, yeah. Yeah, you hear it again, you walk it away, and it comes back. But if we go towards... I think if we go by the guy playing music, we don't hear it. Oh. I'm being catcalled. That's what's going on. Catcalling is madness. Alright, what is this then? This is Nomadic Merchant set. Chapeau of the Nomadic Merchants, decorated with tiny gems and a wide spectrum of color, but it's a colorless robe, sort of. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, the entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then, they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the Flame of Frenzy. A few Grace Mimics. Probably to give them a little bit of hope. Eye of Yellow. Pain relieving intoxicant. Not enough to go around for all the people here. You really can't, like walking through here, you can't help but step over all of these people afflicted by madness. Like just be in this moment right now. Look at all these, like, these are supposed to represent people. And look at how a person walks. Walking over the mad and afflicted. Oh, goodness. We try again. Christy, I saw that you sent me that message. I will read that message later, but I saw that you wrote a lot, and I appreciate it. I may use, if you consent, I'll message you again to get it in writing. If you consent, if I can use that information for a video. Where's the Miquella's needle? I feel like I missed something. I feel like I'm missing a part of this area. 5 is the number of intelligence, perfection, completion. Oh, that did a lot of damage. If the song would play 2 times faster, it'd be a tavern dance song. I gotta try that again. I got 5 eyes of yellow. I got 9 now. There's the clicking again. I'm looking for... I feel like I missed... Where do you get the fingerprint shield? I feel like there's another layer that I missed. Like, is there another... Where's the fingerprint shield at? Down this way? Oh, Golden Room 11, what's that one? Oh, the specific number. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I agree with you. I couldn't understand. I was just having a hard time following. Where is the fingerprint shield at? And the Miquella note. Oh no. Oh, it's right there. That's where... Okay, that's where I have to land. That's where I have to land. It's referencing Radigan saying he's struggling the edge of madness because he's looking to get insight. Yeah, that's, I mean, that one, the centipedes at the church, the Bellum Church, that is with Hyetta. That one I want to show Edgar as the parallel to Ratigan, and Ratigan having to overcome madness. Okay, so I have to get down to that one. Oh goodness, I missed it again. This is maddening. This one's maddening. Just trying to get down there. This one's maddening. I tell you what. I almost have what I want. I almost have what I want. We almost got it. I gotta focus on this freaking jumping puzzle. This is also like a Dark Souls 3. When Arena becomes a firekeeper. Oh, I screwed up again. Okay, that's where I nailed it. When Arena becomes a firekeeper, she is at the bottom of the tower with all the dead bodies that the firekeepers are in. So this right here, this tower, or the subterranean shunning grounds, is like almost a direct parallel to the quote-unquote Bell of Awakening in Dark Souls 3. That's a really fun comparison. Oh my goodness. We just keep going. Keep going. I mean, we need to. We need this to keep happening. Yep, staircase. Yeah, you're right. This staircase is a spiral too. And it's a downward spiral. Like you keep going down this downward spiral, and for what? Like, what is at the bottom of this downward spiral? It's madness. Madness. It's the flame of frenzy. It's what is? I think Melanie will tell us actually. Here, wait. Let me switch to. We rest at the sight of grace.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone. The frenzied flame is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. So please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
Even though she says that, still choose to go towards it. And, you know, it makes me think of... In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to madness. After a desperate internal struggle, this incantation is a testament for their meager victory. You know, it's like saying you cannot defeat the flame of frenzy. Like, you cannot. But on a previous cycle, with Miquella's needle, he was able to. Goodness gracious. Moth to a flame. That's what, Moth to a flame is what, yeah, Moth to a flame, have to use that one. Because, that's what Lautrec says. When you invade him. Like a moth to the flame. I think it's after you invade him after dying once. And you have to be a Blade of the Dark Moon to go after Lautrec. You know, for him stealing the soul of the Firekeeper. And I think, you know, I think Lautrec had, like, not, like, him killing the Firekeeper and taking her soul. I feel like there was something, I feel like there was some kindness in his act. Oh, goodness, I did it again. I don't think that when Lautrec did that, like, because he didn't use the Firekeeper's soul, he didn't use it to gain humanity, he didn't use it to enhance his Estus flask, like, he just had her soul with him. And who was that soul that he had with him? It was of the Ashen Maiden, the Firekeeper, who had her tongue cut out so she couldn't speak. And she had her legs lamed so she couldn't run away. So he takes her soul, this guy, Lautrec the Embraced, he takes her soul in his solitude. It says that in his solitude, he found love in Fina, goddess of beauty. So, like, did he... Like, was he doing her a favor? You know, when we restore her soul, she begs that she could be, like, die human. Like, that's why we have to link. That's why she wants us to link the fire, so that the curse can be lifted and she could die as a human. Oh, goodness gracious. It's always down, 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 down. Soul of the maiden is the inversion of the ring of favor and protection. Well, the goddess Fina, her love is fickle, so when you take off the ring, it breaks. You can only, like, have her love. I think it's, like, what it's saying. You can't, as soon as you try to, like, go for love from someone else. It's also interesting, oh, like a moth. Oh, yeah, Dark Souls 2 is Moth to a Flame. DS2, Moth to a Flame. That's good. Oh, what was I saying? It is... Oh, what was I saying? Oh, the Xanthos Crown. To get the Ring of Favor and Protection, you can either kill Lautrec, or if you get the Xanthos Crown, which is from King Jeremiah, who has Chaos Flame, Pyromancy, found in the Painted World. He is the King in Yellow in that, in Dark Souls 1. If you trade his head wrappings, his yellow head wrappings, with Snuggly the Crow, you'll get the Ring of Favor and Protection. So there is sort of madness and frenzy tied to the goddess Fia. Fia? Fina. Fina, not Fia. But it is close to Fina. It is close to Fia. We're going the right way, right? You know, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something to change. It says here. It's because I'm clipping off the wall. It says I'm clipping off the wall. Beyond Radon, it's the sun. If you use the ring, it will break after using it. The soul, likewise, only exists if you don't use it. Much like cake, I hear so much about having and not eating. Oh my goodness. That one's funny. Yeah, because, yeah, once you use it, it's gone. So the soul, too. But souls can be reborn. Like, the whole point, like, for Elden Ring, like, we collect all the runes that came from the Elden Ring, and we bring it back to the Elden Ring. In Dark Souls, you collect all the souls that came from the First Flame, and you bring it back to the First Flame. In Demon Souls, you collect all the souls, and then you go to the old one. In Bloodborne, you collect all this blood, and then you go to the Moon Presence. You know, you're just like a soul collector. You're like a sin eater. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. Inescapable Frenzy. Incantation originating from the maddening 3 fingers causes the yellow flame of frenzy to blaze from the caster's eyes. The caster then latches onto foes, spreading the madness. This incantation also causes buildup of madness in the caster, and is only effective against tarnished. To gaze into one another's eyes is truly the most intimate form of human contact. So if someone is infected by the flame of frenzy, and they have the flame of frenzy within their eyes, by looking into someone else's eyes, you can spread that madness. To gaze into one another's eyes is truly the most intimate form of human contact. And like, you know, it's like that, like this character, he has this blindfold on. He has this blindfold. And it's Melina and Ronnie that look directly into, like, the eyes of not our character, but like of our eyes. That's why the Isolation Merchants has full face masks, because they're trying not to spread the flame of frenzy. Come on, buddy. There's also just like the idea, like I have here, let me show you. Oh, we don't need that music. And we have to fix our camera. So like, I have this teleprompter that has the chat on here, and I'm looking directly into a camera lens. But if you're looking at your device, if you're looking at like your Black Mirror, if you're looking at your phone, you know, if you're watching me through one of these, like, is this the most intimate form of human contact? To gaze into one another's eyes? Because I'm not looking into your eye. I'm looking into the eye of a camera lens, but you're looking into my eyes. So if I was someone who was afflicted with madness, if I was afflicted with frenzied flame, would I be able to transmit that through looking into the lens of a camera? If you could see my eyes. And that is just like, that I think is just like such an interesting concept. I feel like, and that's like one of the reasons why I think it's like so important that the character wears the blindfold. Like, the blindfold is not, like, especially for the Mimic commentary, the blindfold is not just for, you know, me to say like, hey, these are the things we can't talk about because we don't have them yet in the story. It's like, if you could see what I see, is there any danger in that?
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you, surely a lord. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the 3 fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you. I ask you one more time, please, seek not the frenzied flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless. Please, put a stop to this madness. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is no lord at all, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
My summer fantasy, my summer fantasy. Are you feeling at ease through it all? Are you feeling at peace? Move along, are you coming with me? My summer fantasy. Are you feeling at ease? Nostalgia, are you feeling at peace? Move along, are you coming with me? Mission in the breeze, my summer fantasy.
It's a cold drink in your hand, summer jam while you're outdoors. Go ahead and add me to the list. You can count on the player when you wanna feel the air more. Rolling down the windows, cruising through your local land farm. It's unbelievable how clear the day appears for a moment to enjoy. It's in your ear that you can steer towards. I gather footage, put it in you like a camcorder, and save it as a memory to keep you on the dance floor. I'll understand it if I caught you with your pants off, down around your ankles. I will make it such an anthem. But every summer that we have, there always has one. I'm here to let you know where you can get the sound from. I got the weather telling me to take the chance to embrace. We go together as though we were holding hands. Relax and slide into the groove I'm coming with. As the temperature combines, look how beautiful it is. The minimum of clothes you wear to be prepared when the sun is hot enough to turn the water into sand. And the parties never ran, yet they need a loud thump to get the people screaming like a bunch of sound drums. With my words feeling good as doing the deed, as though can turn a war zone into shooting the breeze. The time of my life is what the drums give to my lungs. I'm blowing speakers with another one to show I was done. Come on.
Are you feeling at peace? Move along, are you coming with me? Mission in the breeze, my summer fantasy. Are you feeling at ease? Are you feeling like you feeling at peace, move along, like you coming with me. Give me a brighter day. Are you feeling at ease, move along, like you feeling at peace, move along, like you coming with me. My summer fantasy.
I'm for the early morning coffee with the sun in your face, to be a part of what it's holding from the moment you wake and I'm around. A tall tree to climb, branching now, while these others still haven't figured how to chop me down. I'm about bass straight pounding lyrics fresh made, hitting hard enough to break your motherfucking chest plate. The sun is biggest criticism that you're living with. I'm young and driven by the rhythm to envision it. But what a day it is to put away those images, continuing to pick your brain of what the devil's mission is. Summer brought my first record to hold. Got milk crates in the back of a grocery store. Alone 5 was trying to figure out the way of the pros. Wrote so many crossfaders when I started at home. I keep on telling MCs, don't lose what you have. For you to make yourself better, you just do what you can, huh? Yeah, when I bring the kind of drama that you're looking for, they're feeding off the need to be more of an attention whore. Even wrote this at the beach on a postcard for me to have a scenic view, fresher than my own thoughts. Live it how you wanna live it. I'm thinking a mile a minute of my opinion on why I'm here to visit life. I've written till I'm the image of Izzy winning, or is it the crop for help to admit that I'll never get it right? The real thing from losing more than I've won, and you don't have to like me to respect things that I've done. Cause I've imagined at least over half of you rap fans being met with a lit cigarette in a gas can.
Nostalgia, like you feeling at peace. Come on, like coming with me. Ocean in the breeze, my summer fantasy. Are you feeling at peace? Nostalgia, like you feeling at peace. Come on, like coming with me. Ocean in the breeze, my summer fantasy. Nostalgia melody, a cool moment to memory. Spit the ocean in the breeze, my summer fantasy. Are you feeling at ease? Through it all, like you feeling at ease. Move along, are you feeling at ease? Through it all, is your sunshine at ease? Move along, your sunlight, my summer fantasy.
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
My soul laced up the body. First of all.